X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. It has been a hot minute, hasn't it? Oh, I gotta adjust my camera. There we go. Perfect. It's been a hot minute, huh? My camera settings are all fucked up. I gotta adjust everything because I haven't streamed in a minute. God damn. Oh, it is so good to see all of you. Yeah, it automatically sets it to auto exposure every time. And I gotta change the gain manually. Oh, what looks good? A little lower? Yeah, right there. That looks about where it's supposed to be. There we go. Balanced, as all things should be. Welcome, everybody. That's right. The false strikes are gone. I was banned from streaming from YouTube, and had the strike not gone away today, I would have had to wait 2 more days from being able to stream or upload. Because if you get a strike, like I had my warning taken away with a false strike, which is now gone. Like we got that removed. And then I had an actual strike a week later. And, that strike was a real, like, on my channel strike that banned me for a week from streaming. And so now they're both gone. And I am able to resume content creation as normal. Actually, not even as normal. Actually, at a better state. Because I had my warning gone for so long. Then I got my warning back. YouTube actually got rid of the false strike after years of maintaining it. And then my channel, like, boosted off with, like, growth and success after that, because my channel was clearly not being, like, shadow banned, essentially. And then I got my strike back, like, a month later. And then a month later, or a week after that, I got a second false strike. And now both of those are gone. So we're back now. We're not even back. We are now in an ideal situation. It's very nice. Hey, Pillow, what's up? It's good to see you. Hey, Balth, good to see you. Heavy Gretel, nice to see you in chat. Cryptid T, good to see you as well. Summer Star, what's up? Lucky Otter, good to see you. Libra DiCaprio, nice name, good to see you. Wingo, what's up? Trans Daughter of Water, good to see you. Ortho Marksy, what's up? Good to see you. Your YouTube hymen has been restored. What a good way to describe it. Thank you, Heavy Gretel. My YouTube hymen is no longer ripped in half. Road to 100K. I wanted to hit 100K by the 27th of this month, which was my birthday, but the strikes basically made that impossible, and that's not going to happen. But if we can hit 90K by my birthday now, like a you know, sort of a, oh, we can't get the original goal, but we can get like a lesser one. 90K by my birthday, I think we can achieve that. If we really push, and I plan to start getting back on 3 uploads a day tomorrow, now that I am not banned from uploading or streaming. And yeah. Yeah, but YouTube will never respect you the same. No, as long as you don't have like an active penalty on your account, your channel tends to do fine. Once you lose your warning, your channel's in a pretty fucked place, but I've got my warning back, because every strike... Something you guys have to remember is, every strike my channel has ever gotten has been removed. Every single one. Why is Zan terrified of debating Tim Pool? I'm not terrified of debating Tim Pool. He's pretty stupid. Although I don't want to debate him in a situation where I can't fact check him. If I'm allowed to have a computer, I'd debate him. But yeah, basically, the big issue is essentially that YouTube right now, in the application of its TOS, mostly penalizes small channels and has a preference to just let pass larger channels. This isn't a political bias thing, it's just how YouTube works. If you're a larger channel, then the chances are YouTube's less likely to strike you for something its bots determined to be breaking TOS than if you're a smaller channel. This basically means that in an environment where you've got a bunch of really massive right-wing figures and a bunch of mid-sized to smaller content creators trying to cover their blatant TOS violations, you're going to have constant instances of progressive content creators who are, by default, much smaller, have less money and whatnot, getting false striked. So every strike I've ever gotten has been false. Every strike I've ever gotten on my channel was removed by YouTube, and YouTube said they're sorry, this was a mistake. I have never once gotten a strike that in the end YouTube agreed was actually correct and I broke the rules. They always say, sorry, this was a mistake in the end, and remove it. Sometimes they uphold it a few times because it's just robots running the place, but like, eventually a human sees it and says, sorry, this was a mistake, and takes the strike away. Eventually. Takes a while, but eventually. This false strike stuff is so bad, they really, really need to get their shit together. Yeah, Demon Mama's gotten hit with a few. Dylan has gotten hit with a few. Lately, the channels that have been getting hit with the false strikes the most have been pro-Ukraine channels. Channels that cover the war and are pro-Ukraine are, and cover any, like, Russia apologia as well, are getting mass striked constantly for, quote-unquote, promoting terrorism. So quite a few lefty content creators have gotten fucked up because of that. This is why I've avoided covering the war. You gotta be careful with it. You definitely do. How do people know who reports them? Because you guys should sue them for lost money? There's no way of knowing. YouTube upholds anonymity. I know if I get struck, I have little to no platform to do anything about it due to size. Yeah. And I got my Twitter banned, so I have to have my editor get it fixed, but we do. We do get it fixed in the end. That sucks, sorry. It's not that big a deal. At least in the end it gets fixed, you know? Nah, that's dumb. It would leave well-meaning people who report wrongly, in my opinion. Well, yeah, it should, but YouTube's system is just fucking broken, you know? That's the problem. It's run by robots. Poorly coded robots. That'll probably strike me for this insult. Inca Reunion, or Renunin? Thank you for the $20 euro, 20 euro dollars. Euro pounds? Euro dollars? I actually don't know what the C with the lines through it. What is the C with the lines through it? Are those euros or pounds? Those are euros? Okay, thank you for the euro dollars. Thanks for making the stream earlier and Europe friendly. A bit of a bigger dono, as I can't hang around and give multiple ones, but nice to catch you for a hot minute. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I just realized I streamed at 2 p.m., so the euros are actually here today. They're gonna be in chat asking me to cover their country's news. Like, have you heard about insert person whose name you've never heard before and the insert political party you've never heard of before? Insurrection attempt in country you've only said the name of 4 times in your life, and it's like, how do I say no in the least offensive way possible? Qatar? No, Qatar's interesting to me. I'm sorry. Qatar and the United Arab Emirates and a lot of the Gulf state countries, like, those places are interesting to me because of all of, like, the really fucked up shit that's going down there, you know? Like that's, like, so overt that it's, like, you can't really look away once you know. It's like a cognito hazard. Slavery. Yeah, no, it's not basically slavery. It's just slavery. Uh-oh. Summerstar might have just sent me a cognito hazard. South Park demolishes trans bathroom madness and goes viral for perfectly predicting it. I'm sorry, guys. I don't think I can watch a quartering video in which he talks about a multiple years old South Park episode and tries to claim they predicted the future. Like, if I'm gonna do that, we have to do a whole video about how South Park has, like, ruined Gen Z's brain on politics. Because when I talk to millennials who like South Park, this is South Park's big issue. South Park is really progressive for 1998. It is. South Park is a really progressive show for 1998. And when you talk to, like, millennials, like, for example, when I talk to my mom about South Park, my mom loves South Park, and she is aggressively left-wing, right? Like, she is, her like, hyper, like, sort of man-hating feminism is what drove me right-wing when I was a kid, right? So she loves South Park, though. She loves South Park. And I like South Park, too. I enjoy South Park. I've got, like, a very special place in my heart for South Park. One of my favorite pieces of media of all time is the Make Love Not Warcraft episode, where it's just them playing WoW. And the problem is that, oh god, I'm doing the segment. I'm doing it right now. I'm doing the segment. I'm doing the video that I said I'm not even recording. I'm not, you can't trick me. You can't trick me into accidentally stun locking into a segment, alright? Do you know anything about South Park's super queer Zoomer fandom? Yes, and that's, like, the really bizarre part. You've got the 16-year-old trans, gay, Tweak and Craig shipping, you know, hentai drawing, hyper-progressive types who seem to have never seen a single episode of South Park in their lives. And then you've got, like, the Zoomers who watch South Park with the most, like, unironic perspective ever and take everything super fucking seriously. It's very bizarre. I've seen them before. They're awesome. I would argue that they pale in comparison to the stuff like G-War in terms of public spectacle. I don't know what you're talking about. Imagine taking South Park seriously. Like, I feel like South Park... Alright, I'm just gonna give my most condensed version of this take that I can give without doing a whole segment, okay? Oh, band stuff. Okay, Heavy Griddle. South Park is a really progressive show for 1998, okay? And something I noticed is when you watch, like, interviews, or when you find out what the actual beliefs of the people behind the show are, they're generally pretty progressive, but they've certainly fallen into the trap of... I'm gonna be honest, what I think's probably happened with Trey Parker and Matt Stone is they lived a long life in Colorado, right? And Colorado's, like, one of those places where most people, like, the liberals tend to be pretty, like, well-to-do, normal people type liberals, you know? Like, they don't tend to fit any particular stereotypes. But the conservatives in Colorado are legit country bumpkin, mountain redneck types, you know? Like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna get that damn tire on my truck, man. Like that kind, right? And we're talking mountain hillbillies, okay? And because of that, I think the South Park creators had a very, very stereotyped idea of what the left and right were in their minds for, like, a decade plus, okay? Like, I think they were, like, you could tell from the being, like, the presentation of Republicans, like, 10, 15 years ago you'd see in South Park compared to now, where it's more like the libs are the ones who are getting the shit end of the stick as far as, like, who's getting made fun of. And the reason why, as I found out from interviews, is they moved to LA. They moved to LA. And South Park's whole thing is that it's this counterculture, you know, sort of like controversial thing. They take pride in being controversial. If they can get an episode banned in a country, then they'll make that episode, right? And because of that, they're constantly surrounded by hyper-sensitive, easily-to-be-offended libs in LA who are very wealthy and first-world problem-y, you know? And I think that's warped their perspective on what is counterculture and what is, like, you know, offensive and edgy a lot. When very much still what is punk, edgy, and counterculture is being gay or black or trans or any, like, marginalized group in this country and trying to live your life. Like, that's far edgier and counterculture than saying the N-word or saying the F-slur or saying the T-slur, I assure you. If you're trying to stick it to the man, saying slurs is not sticking it to the man. Eurodollars? What is this? Night City? In Night City, you can become. I've been playing through Final Fantasy XIV, and they love saying, I am come, or we are come, a lot in that game. Also, this is gonna trigger some of you, but I'm starting to like FF14 less, okay? I got to level 50. Now, I play the game in a very stupid way, okay? If you get into FF14, 99.99% chance you are not going to have the issues that I have, okay? But I like to play games in a really, really stupid way. Maybe this is like autism or something, but if I decide I want to do the game in a certain way and then I can't, like, the game is literally worth nothing to me now, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, if I decide I want to specifically do a thing in a game and then I find out it's not possible, or it's, like, unbelievably overly difficult than what is reasonable, then it just won't work. Why? Okay, I have to turn on... Is there an autofocus? Where's the autofocus? Yep, autofocus was on. Cringe! There we go. That makes sense. Yeah, like, I have to do it that way, you know? And so, what I decided I needed to do to play the game is max out all my professions as I go. That's fine, right? That's fine, you know, I can do that. At least level-wise. But I also wanted to get my craftable bis in each expansion before moving on to the next one through the MSQ. I got all my crafters to 50. And I go to start making, like, the higher tier gear that you can make on your crafters at level 50 for A Realm Reborn. And I come to find out I don't have a high enough, like, control level. It's like, what the fuck? What? I never paid attention to that. I didn't think there was, like, requirements. I just thought you wanted to have the best you could have for the benefit, right? I didn't know there were, like, you can't craft this because your control rating on your gear's too low. And I was like, fuck. So then I went to the board, right? So I went to the board and I was like, okay, I'll buy that shit. You know, I'll buy some materia, I'll buy some gear for crafting, and I'll like up my stats, you know? And I'll get it there. And that did in the end work. But not before I hit another glaring issue. I had no money. So I could e-beg my free company and my fans that have joined me for money, or I could go and make the money myself. So I figure, what better way to make money than for the most efficient thing for me to make for my work right now, just grind out a shit ton of high-quality cobalt, you know? I'll just make literally, like, hundreds of high-quality cobalt. So I spent all day. I was striked on YouTube. I couldn't stream or upload, so it was like, what the fuck else am I gonna do? So I spent that whole day, from like 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. I got carpal fucking tunnel in my right arm, and it hurt badly. I learned a really good stretch for carpal tunnel, though. Very helpful. Collecting 2,000 iron ore and 4,000 cobalt ore, so that I could make 2,000 high-quality cobalt ingots, which sell for like 800 per ingot on the market board, 800 gil per ingot. So I collect all those materials, and you know what ends up happening? I go back to Limsa. I go to my spot where I like to smelt all my materials and go and use my crafting macro and just kind of chill out. And then suddenly I go to craft something and I get hit with this warning. You do not have enough crystals. What? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean I don't have enough I don't have enough shards? What? What are shards? I never paid attention to these things earlier in the game, because they hadn't become a problem yet, but, turns out there's an additional crafting item for everything you try to craft in the game, which are like these shards, crystals, and then eventually clusters that you have to collect. And they're an arbitrary bullshit item that you have to collect, like, if you want to, like, if you want to make, like, 2,000 cobalt, you need that many extra fire shards, you know? We all told you not to do that, but that's the way I found the game most fun, was playing it in that particular way, until I found out, not only do you have to mine, not only did I have to spend all day mining cobalt and iron, I now on top of that need to stay up until midnight farming crystal shards just to smelt it so I could have the money needed to buy the materia and gear off the market board, so I would have the control required to make slightly better gear so that I could fulfill my autistic desire to like make sure I play the game in this particular way that I decided I was going to play the game in, and I cannot play it in any other way, you know? You did it the autistic way. Yes, I know. And so why not just play the game? You wouldn't get it. You're not Sigma like me. That's why you don't get it. You're not a Sigma male. If you were a Sigma male, you would completely understand what I'm talking about here, but you're not Sigma. So I'm not even going to try to explain it to you, because you just wouldn't get it. And so basically, I'm like, fuck, I can't craft this. So I end up having to spend, like, the next day e-begging all of my free company and guildmates for gil and crystals so I can smelt up, like, half of the cobalt. Then it comes time to sell the cobalt, right? Now, my plan was, as a WoW player who loves the market system in WoW, I love WoW's market system, I figured that essentially the market system would function basically like it does in WoW. Not only is it, like, convoluted as fuck and you have to click through menus between your retainers just to get to the market, but they limit per retainer how many stacks or different things you can put on the market at once. By 20 per retainer. And you can only have 2 retainers on the base edition of the game, which means if you want to have more things up on the market or more stacks up on the market at once, while you're like offline or whatever, you have to pay extra money each month to get your maximum retainer space and everything. They charge you real money to expand like your bank and stuff. Yeah, from what I've talked to, everybody I talked to who, like, praises FF14 hasn't even touched crafting. Effectively, like, they don't even touch crafting, and it's like, yeah, well, no shit you don't understand my like, issues with the game. Damn. That's scummy. Yeah, it's pretty scummy design, I will say. Now, here's the thing, though. I will let you all know, here is why, if you play the game and you're not like me, you will probably not have this issue, okay? 99.99% of people will not have this issue, and here's why. All you have to do is play more of the MSQ and get to the next expansion. And at that point, like crafting, gathering, all that gets easier. With each expansion that goes by, even doing the previous expansion's content gets easier. Because, for example, if you have level 70 crafting, you can mine like 30 of those shards per hit, instead of like 2 to 3 per hit, if you're lucky, like I do, at level 50. So if you just like continue to the end game and just enjoy the MSQ to the end and just go through it, then you'll get to the end game and you'll be able to retroactively go back and max out all of your crafters and gatherers really quickly. But yeah, no issues because I see it as goals to achieve to up my self-esteem. Yeah. No, the crafting system is good. It's just the crystals that hold it back. The crystal system is kind of something that holds it back for me, though I know it doesn't become a problem when you get later in the game, right? So I was basically stuck with this decision. Either I would be quitting FF14, or I would have to swallow my autistic pride. My desire to play the game in that very specific way. Or quit, if it's not possible. And just do the MSQ. Now I'm just doing nothing but the MSQ. Until I get to the current content and my, like, stuff's all, like, max leveled and everything. And then it'll be easier to max out everything else. And it won't be, like, nightmare mode like it is if you try to do it at level. When you're in, like, say, a Realm Reborn or whatever. And to make money, because I just cannot handle the way the market functions, because the market is extremely poorly designed with the whole, like, you can only sell 20 things at once per retainer, and you can't just, like, you have to sometimes babysit the market board, too, and change prices on a, it's just not fun. So, like, what I plan to do is basically just be the producer, and then give all of the materials, the high-quality crafting materials that I'm creating whenever I just feel like sitting back, watching a show, and just crafting, like, a new highest quality thing I can craft in Limsa. I'll give that to that friend. They sell it on the auction house or the market board, and then I get the gil. So we got a system working that I can deal with, because I just cannot handle how shittily designed the market board is in FF14. In my opinion, it's shittily designed, because I'm a hardcore, like, I've just, WoW is the only MMO I've ever played prior to this, so it's like, yeah. Very difficult to adapt to a new system. Yeah, Balth, I've been told there's a shit ton of stuff in Heavensward that'll make crafting and gathering easier. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk about FF14 any longer. I know you guys don't care, but if you do care, if you are interested in playing FF14 with me, and it is something that appeals to you, then consider joining my free company. It's like a guild. It's a group. It's a player group in the game. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The thing about this game that disappointed me is that it doesn't feel as much like a traditional MMO as I'm used to. It's more like a JRPG inside of like a MMO light, right? It's more heavy on the JRPG elements of the game than it is on the, and I mean JRPG elements of the game, than the MMO, like traditional MMO aspects. And it's there, you know, there's lots of people, you got the capital cities, you got the dungeons, the raids, and all of that. But like the main focus of the game, if you're gonna play it, you should probably focus on the MSQ and the story and playing through the main quests. But yeah, I'm gonna post an invite to get into the Free Company Discord server in the chat here, and I encourage all of you that are interested in joining me in FF14 to go ahead and join. We're on the server Marlborough on the Crystal data center, I believe. Let me see if I can find this invite. There it is. Consider joining the Free Company, my friends. The more people, the merrier. Oh, and big rule, big rule. Your last name in-game has to be Striker. Unless you already have a pre-existing character you've been leveling, we won't make you delete that character and make a new one. But if you're making a new character, you can have whatever first name you want, but the last name has to be Striker. We're the sole Strikers. All of our last names are Striker. People see us walking through a city and they're like, what the fuck? What's with all the Strikers? We started to become known for it. The more Strikers that we bring into our numbers, the more known we become. So, yeah. I'm trying to be able to go into a city. Oh, and make sure you send me a friend request as soon as you get into game. If you're watching me and you're in the Free Company or in the guild or whatever, or the link shell, and you haven't friended me yet, please friend me. I want to have all of you friended, but I don't send friend requests if you're offline. But I want to have everybody in the Free Company and stuff friended so I can see your names as yellow in the cities, and I'll always see you guys when I go through a city. I do like some of the raids having unskippable 30-minute cutscenes you can tab out of for. Yeah, that's, I haven't gotten any 30-minute cutscenes, but I have gotten to... The only raid, I guess, technically... I don't even know if it's a raid. It was more like a dungeon that I've done so far is Praetorium. I'm in the Realm Reborn, like, post-patch. For a different topic, me and Apilla did a video together. Oh, cool. Let's check this out. Henry Cavill and the alt-right. Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm going to watch this off stream. Because I am interested in this. Because Henry... Chad, I don't know if you guys know this, but, Henry Cavill's basically becoming, like, sort of this probably unwilling, like, rallying banner of the alt-right online. I don't know all the details, but, like, yeah. I had to look into it. Poor guy. It might be a little bit less poor guy than you might think. Balth pretty much carried the convo since I didn't know much on the topic. Okay. Yeah, people love Henry Cavill because he's like this big, you know, he's a Chad bro, right? But he's also a gamer, and he builds his own PCs and plays games and stuff. He plays WoW and whatnot. So, like, people are a big fan of that, and he's like a special celebrity, you know, because of that. He's one of those, like, celebrities the internet just fawns for. I basically just autistically rambled for an hour. That's fine. Heard the Chud saying he left The Witcher because it was woke. Yeah, stuff like that has become, like, the big rallying cry. He's what Redditors think they are. Very true. Very fucking true. Alright. I have been live for about 30 minutes now, so I think it's time that we got into segments. What do you guys think? I think it's time. Alright, everybody. If you're watching right now and you enjoy the stream, please consider dropping... Oh, wait. First, before we get into segments, please consider dropping a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, donate, gift a sub, all those good things. I really do appreciate it. I want to make an announcement. before we get into segments. And I also want to use the bathroom. But I'm also going to make an announcement. I am currently working on something I think you guys will find very cool. Another Minecraft server, modded like the 12 Days of Christmas one. But this one, summer themed, and based around the Tropicraft mod. The idea of it is that everybody who joins will be helping to build a tropical resort city in the Tropicraft realm. It'll be starting in probably a little bit over a week. We're still working on it. As a matter of fact, if you guys want, I will briefly show you a little bit of a beta, or in the alpha. This is actually the alpha version that I put together. Hash, my like server hosting guy for the Minecraft stuff, he's a friend of mine, is going to be going over it and like optimizing it, getting the server stuff set up, and making like a beta version for me to test and make sure it's all good and let him know if there's anything that needs to be fixed. And then shortly before my birthday, I'm trying to get this out and started before my birthday on July 27th. The server will be starting, and it's going to go for about 2 weeks, depending on how popular it is. Might go longer. It's going to be called Zancation. I'm going to be turning 24 years old. All right, I'm booting it up. This will also be a good test to see how well, in at least its current state, this particular mod pack streams over OBS, whether or not it lags really hard. It was lagging a bit for me just by default, which is a bit cringe. The optimization isn't perfect yet. That's what Hash is going to have to work on. But you guys will get to see how cool what I put together so far is. To give you an idea of some of the mods, now this could change in the future. So remember, this could change. Here are some of the mods that we'll be using. Let's Do Winery. Simple voice chat, that's the in-game proximity voice chat. Sophisticated Core, Let's Do API, Alex's Mobs, Ambient Sounds 5, Aquaculture 2, Architecture API, Balm Forge Edition, Bendy Lib, Better FPS, Better F3, Capybara, just one mod for capybaras. Oh, the game loaded up, hold on. Gotta bring up this menu again. Chat heads. That basically adds people's face skins to their chat messages in the chat. So, like, if you say, "What's up?" then your character's face will be next to your message. I think it's I think it's good. I think it's a good look for servers. Hold on, the game's booting up, so it's being all cringe. Okay. All right, let me bring this up. Okay. Chisels and Bits, Citadel, Clear Skies, Cloth Config API, Collective, Corpse, Creative Core, Delightful, Diagonal Fences, Edit Sign, Emote Craft, Essential Mod, Falling Leaves Forge, Farmer's Delight, Farmer's Respite, Fish of Thieves, this adds Sea of Thieves fish to the game, Gecko Lib, Just Enough Items, Kotlin for Forge, Leaves Be Gone, Macaw's Doors, Macaw's Fences, Macaw's Furniture, Macaw's Roofs, Macaw's Trapdoors, Macaw's Windows, Mouse Tweaks, Nether's Delight, No Chat Reports, Not Enough Crashes, that just makes it so the game doesn't close when it crashes, Observable, or Excavation, Paintings++, Player Animation, Professor Boris 2, Puzzles Lib, Respawning Animals, Right-Click Harvest, Skin Layers 3D, Sophisticated Backpack, Spawn Balance Utility, Swing Through Grass, Transparent Trash Slot, Tree Harvester, Tropicraft, Zero's Minimap, Young's API, and Young's Better Dungeons. So overall, it's going to be pretty good. Now let me show you some gameplay. Now I know what you're thinking. Let's see some gameplay. Allow me to show you some gameplay. Now I want you all to know, I did everything in my power to get shaders to work with this, okay? You'll see exactly what caused the issues with the shaders, but I think the results I was able to get without shaders are better than the results I would get without what I did with shaders. I used the physics mod. I used the physics mod to achieve some shit, chat. And let me just tell you, the shit I achieved with the physics mod, it's a little fucking nutty. Let me see if I can find a place that's a good example. The game is lagging a little hard right now, which is fine, because hash is going to be... Okay, it's lagging less now. The longer you're in game for, the more Minecraft tends to, like, you know, help the performance. Like, it tends to be laggy right when you boot it up. But, we are going to be doing a lot of performance tweaks to this, so don't worry. I happen to get, like, the worst Tropicraft spawn ever for demonstrating this, so I'm trying to find a better spot. Am I gonna have to generate a new world? Come on, this is like the worst spawn. Come on. Rip Zan's computer. Yeah, I definitely need a PC upgrade. I feel I'm a little less, like, upset about, like, my PC performance lately, because with the channel losing its strikes and the very bright future I see on the horizon for the channel, because I got good plans up ahead. I see myself being able to afford a new computer, and these issues hopefully not being a problem anymore relatively soon. I can see myself buying a new PC, hopefully by the end of the year, like as a Christmas present for myself, maybe. Depends on the move, though. The move's going to be pretty expensive. All right, chat. I'm going to show you the new and improved, with my changes I've made, Tropicraft Realm. Time, set, day. This is the mod pack we'll be playing on. You guys are going to be impressed right away. Ha! That's not the right screen. I need to have it be the game. How do I make it be the game? Oh, it just wants to switch back to this every time. How do I make it be the game? Oh, I have to yeah, it's because I have it in full screen. Minecraft needs actual bordered or windowless full screen windowed mode. It's so annoying. There we go. Now it's fixed. There we go. Relatively fixed. This will work for now. But, yeah, look at this. Yes, those are hummingbirds, by the way. So, this is what the physics mod does to the water in the Tropicraft realm. It is quite neat. Some fail gulls flying around up there. Now, the real beauty, however, is going to be when we go up into this mahogany forest. I've used the Falling Leaves mod to return the game's, or the Tropicraft mod's old Falling Leaves back to the mod, which it no longer has. And the physics mod also... You see that, chat? That's what the physics mod does to vines. It's dependent on the weather, too. They'll blow more in higher... Like, in higher weather. And they'll dangle more the longer the vines themselves are. So let's journey a little bit into this jungle to see what we can find. Got a lot of bamboo here. Alex's Mobs really populates the jungles with all sorts of different new mobs that aren't even part of Tropicraft. Many of these are, though. Hummingbirds. These are anteaters. We got some gorillas from Alex's Mobs here that spawn in the rainforests in Tropicraft now. The leaves falling and, like, the vines blowing adds a very, very relaxing, like, vibe to it. So yeah, this mod pack's gonna be dope. Hey, Ico Rules, what's up? Good to see ya. So if you want to join the server that I'm gonna be running on this mod pack, where the goal is going to be building, like, a dope tropical beach resort city, like a tropical vacation equivalent of, like, the sort of Christmas village we built during 12 Days of Christmas, then definitely consider joining this. I will be advertising how to join this server very soon. So, yeah, get excited. It's going to be dope. It's going to be... Oh, and I have a new skin. I got to show you guys my new skin. I had help from a friend in making this. But this is my new edited version of my Christmas skin, but this one is specifically for beach vacation. So I'm ready to go, chat. Are you? Make sure you have a skin. Did you notice, by the way, there's ripples in the water when animals, like that seahorse, goes through it? It creates ripples. It's really cool. That's right. We're going to be doing a Xander Hall beach week. Or 2 beach weeks, technically. So it's going to be pretty great. It's going to be pretty damn great. Total Drama Island. That's what we should call it. We should unironically call it Total Drama Island. Just for the meme. Just for the absolute meme, we call it Total Drama Island. But yeah, it's going to be like right now, depending on the success of it, it could be way more successful than I expect. Right now, we're looking for it to be 2 weeks, 14 days. And I feel like that's pretty fair. I feel like that's a good amount of time. I wanna be famous. Dude, I rewatched the comparison of the new intro they made for that show, like the new reboot thing they're doing, and the old one, and it made me feel old. I'm sorry about your recent strike. Don't be. They both got removed. YouTube removed both of them, so we are in the clear. It's why I'm able to stream today. Generally, though, YouTube is in a pretty fucked place. Yes, I know. It's great. Oh my god, I forgot to show you the coolest thing. I forgot to show you the coolest thing I did with the physics mod, guys. I'm booting the game back up, and then we're getting back into politics, okay? One more thing to show you. I had to do this painstakingly, manually, with the physics mod, chat. It was a slow, painful, manual adjustment of every single block that, like, individually I had to change the settings for each block manually to make this happen. But I'm going to show you exactly what I did with the physics mod, and you're going to be like, whoa, that's cool. We're going to make 2 versions of this mod pack, by the way, one without the physics mod and one with it, so that for lower end PCs, you don't have to worry about lag. So for those that are worried about performance, you won't have to worry. You'll have another version that just doesn't have the physics mod. What do I think of the Humanist Report? Pretty cool. Humanist Report followed me on Twitter too, so like probably based as well. All right, let me hop right back into the world really fast. And then I want to show you what I had to manually do with the physics mod that you guys are going to actually, like... You guys are going to piss yourselves when you see this, chat. It's a feature that, like, I've never seen a mod manage to implement into Minecraft, okay? I had to do this because with the physics mod, that water that you like so much doesn't work with shaders. I've tried every shader under the sun. The physics mod doesn't work with them. I just couldn't get it to work. I couldn't get it to function. And so here's what I ended up doing, all right? Because I couldn't get shaders and I couldn't find any other mod that would get the, like, leaves or, like, the tall grass or whatever to blow in the wind, I ended up going into the files and manually, or not files, into the settings of physics mod and manually, one by one for every block in the game that is like a plant block, adding physics so that very slightly they blow in the wind without shaders. Now that's cool. That's cool. Having like the blowing in the wind foliage is cool. But when you find out what else it applies to, such as tall plants like this, it's pretty dope. Now watch this. Watch this, because it's not just wind. It's full-on fucking physics. For every, and my cape too. And my cape has physics. For every tall, grass-type block in the game, there is now fully functioning collision physics. OnlyFans cape, Optifine. That's right, full collision. This was a big pain in the ass to make work. Show us the capybaras? Yeah, I'll show you the capybaras. I need to get them to spawn in the tropics, though. That's going to be something... No, that's not it. That's going to be up the hash to fix. Cappy Blappy. It's a capybara. They would spawn in the tropics, though. This is, like, appropriate for them. So yeah, we need to get them spawning in the tropics, because this is actually the perfect environment to justify capybaras being in the game. Oh, we're going to be getting to the Soul Bunny stuff and all that in just a minute. I just wanted to show off this cool shit I achieved. Now, one thing I did try to get working was, like, making these palm fronds totally sag down and, like, the tree blow in the wind like a real-life tree. But I can't get that to work. But we do have the falling leaves, and they look really nice. This is a feature that was removed from Tropicraft a while ago, and having it back is really cool. There even used to be waves in old Tropicraft, and I brought those back as well. Like, if you're an OG, old Tropicraft had waves that don't even look half this good. So I've really not only restored Tropicraft to its former glory that I think it was in during its golden age, but I've made it even better. Oh, look at the Tropicraft bees, too. This is how the bees look in Tropicraft. Look at that. They've got sunglasses. A little hat on. So they go about their bee stuff. It's so cool. I really can't wait for this server. It's going to be so fun. There's a lot of work to be done on this mod pack. Performance needs to be improved. We need to make it so that all of the jungle, tropical type mobs and Alex's mobs spawn properly. I think these monkeys are from Alex's mobs. I know the gorillas are. These hummingbirds, I didn't even know got added, are now in Tropicraft, and I love it. I fucking love it there's hummingbirds now. These flies are from Alex's mobs, and I think they fit fairly well. There's a lot of bugs in the tropics, so it makes sense. Got the frogs. These are poison dart frogs, anteaters, tropic creepers, like super ocelots, like cheetahs or whatever. Yeah, very cool. Very excited. Very excited. Jaguar, yeah. Leopard, yeah, whatever it is. There's a lot of, like, spotted cats, okay? So, yeah. Get excited. It's going to be called Zancation. What game version? 1.19.2. The hummingbirds are pollinating the flowers, and they have the bone meal effect on plants. Yeah, they'll, like, make your plants grow faster by pollinating it. It's pretty cool. They function the same way as bees. Can you publish the mods a little early so we can mess with and plan builds? As soon as we have the beta version, which will be like the official version, ready, I will make it publicly available to people so that they can start like planning out what they want to make. Unfortunately, I think the strike means it's too late for Xanderhall to cover the Quentin Reviews response. We could probably still cover it, though. We could probably still cover Quentin Reviews response. I hope it's a good response. I don't want to have to, like, drop Quentin Reviews. I like his content. I think it's good stuff. I've been drinking these little meal replacement shakes lately to try to get more calories in my diet. Because I literally can't eat enough to feed my metabolism. I have, like, a really fast metabolism. It's really fast, and I have to eat a lot of calories in a day to not lose weight just from sitting in my chair playing video games. So, like, if I'm being active, I need even more calories. So I've started to drink these meal replacement shakes on top of food because it's easier to drink than to eat when you're, like, full. And so I take sips of this, and it helps me get, like, extra few hundred calories in on top of whatever else I'm eating. Get some protein bars? Yeah, but that's eating, right? And if I'm going to eat a protein bar, I'd rather eat, like, a bacon and rice and steak and egg bowl, you know? These have 30 grams of protein per drink and 160 calories per drink. So it's not like an insane amount, but it's a nice little boost. Helps get me to that goal of 20, like, I think my maintenance calories are like 2,600 to 2,800. I'm a hard gainer. It is hard for me to gain weight, and it is hard for me to keep weight, too. Fast metabolism. That's why I've lost so much weight lately. If you look at, like, my face, a lot of people have commented on it, but if you look at my face in particular and compare it, it's gotten a lot, like, more slender. It's gotten a lot more thin, and that's just generally because when you lose a lot of weight, it really affects how you look, and I think it's had a positive effect. I think I look better, But I definitely would like to put a little more on here, because I think my cheeks in particular look a little too sunken in. I can teach you the secrets of gaining weight. No, I literally just let my stomach get too small. I stopped eating a lot of food for a while, and it let my stomach get too small, and now I have to stretch it back out, and it's just hard. Yeah, I've got some insane cheekbones now. It helps with doing the... It helps with hitting that, yeah. All baby Zan all growed up? Yeah, I'm all growed up. I turned 24 in 2 weeks. Think about that, chat. I'm gonna be dead in no time. It's all Jover, guys. Like, I'm basically... It's all over. Like, my life's practically over. Happy birthday, I could be your mom. Cool. Hold on. I have some good shit to cover today. Let me drop... No! Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Oh boy. This is gonna be something. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So I have been gone for a few days now due to some false strikes on my channel that now YouTube has graciously removed. I'm very happy to be back now, but unfortunately, my time away and being banned from streaming or uploading falsely meant that I was not able to get immediately on top of this, so I'm gonna kind of have to catch up on everything that went down. I know a fair amount of what happened, but being banned from Twitter and not being able to do content kind of precludes you from being super caught up on the drama in the sphere. But this isn't really drama. I feel like we've gotten sort of brain poisoned into calling these, like, issues between content creators that are a little bit beyond your average petty disagreement or petty hatred between two people drama. Like, why are you focusing on this? It's drama. That's the response I got when I covered the Illuminati stuff. And I criticized Lance from the Serfs for defending Illuminati when all that shit came out and attacking her, like, her accusers, her victims. And Lance continued to, like, attack me afterwards and never owned up to my criticism of him doing that. So, like, people have a big tendency to, like, just sort of hand wave even serious shit as just drama and wanting to sort of move past it. And then you've got, like, the super drama mongers who turn real serious issues into just drama, right? There's, like, two very bad sides of the same coin on this issue. This particular issue is... On surface level, it seems like it's nothing but petty internet drama, but if you actually know the lore, you come to find out that there is some serious, abusive, horrific behavior that has become normalized within the online left, particularly within the Twitter sphere. Now, ever since the DJ Mule video about me came out, I feel like most of the left that I occupy has become very aware of this. Like, the idea that there are lefties now that are just abusive pieces of shit who will go after people they don't like and like, attack them for the most dishonest, made-up shit as, like, an abuse strategy is no longer this insane theory idea that it was, like, a couple years ago. It used to be, when I would talk about abusers on the left, I would be met with vitriol from my own fans. Like, I would legitimately... Like, I would, What's a good example of this? Here, when I went after Noah Samson initially because he was doing defense of Professor Flowers, and I criticized Noah Samson. Got a lot of shit from my own fans for that, and only got proven right with that. My point is, It used to be a lot harder. Yeah, Mel even. It took a long time for people to accept that Mel and Luna Oi are bad. Luna Oi is literally, her family. Like, she is literally like a Nepo baby of the, Vietnamese Communist Party. Like, her bullshit about, like, all the benefits she and her family get from the Vietnamese government, that's because her family works for the Vietnamese Communist Party. Like, she's special. She gets special treatment. That's not how it's like to live as working class in Vietnam. I actually fell for a lot of that bullshit when I watched American Johnson's videos in 2019, and I was like a dumb little 20-year-old baby boy. I fell for a lot of the propaganda, like, lies about, like, how fantastic living as a working class person in Vietnam is. Her family are landlords too, if I recall correctly. Wealthy, like, powerful in-government people, her family are, yes. And then American Johnson, like, used to work for, like an American military contracting agency, didn't he? Isn't this true? What was the background that American Johnson non-compete had? He worked in, like, he used to work for, like, an American military contracting company, like production of something or something like that, or I don't even know. It was a job that lefties would be like, really? He owned a company. What was the company he owned? Okay, he was a company owner. What was it? I forget what it was, but it was something weird. I don't remember the details. God, this is something I wish I remembered. Fuck. Anyway, there's, like, a lot of weird, bizarre conflicts of interests and, like, really abusive, dishonest, snaky, backstabby behavior that has become prevalent among many figures on the left. And it just so happens recently that this sphere of YouTube has taken to calling themselves, like, self-labeling themselves by a new name as a way of, I mean, I don't think they meant for this, but immediately telling us, like, they're in that circle of people, but also to try to build their own community. They call it Cornbreadtube. I'm not kidding. The woke scold video essayist sphere has decided they're going to try to create a new era of lefty content online, and they're calling it Cornbreadtube. Cornbreadtube. Now, I don't know what the point of that is supposed to be. All I know is that immediately I cringed when I heard it. And that's not the best. Like, BreadTube itself was already a pretty cringe label. Calling it Cornbreadtube? Like, dude. Like, you're pushing it too far. Like, haha, we're corny leftists? Or, no, it's not to do with being corny. No, it's, okay, so there's two interpretations you could make of it. Someone in chat said that cornbread was invented by indigenous people, so you could say that it's like, they're a bread tube that's so woke that they named themselves after something invented by indigenous people. Or it could be, if you're American, cornbread's like a very classic Southern food. It's like classic Southern, like, soul food. I have eaten a lot of cornbread in my life. It's not my favorite. I'm not the biggest fan of cornbread. I don't really like it much. There's just such better Southern, like, soul foods, right? It might be like a racial thing, because a lot of people they associate Southern soul food with black people, so it could be that. I don't even know what the origin is, but regardless of what the origin is, it's not a very good label, personally, in my opinion. I don't think it's going to fly very well for them, but I wish them luck. I do. But recently, to get us all caught up on all of this lore, Keffels put out what I have heard is a fantastic video on Soul Bunny, FD Signifier, and just the whole sphere that is now calling themselves Cornbreadtube. And she brings a lot of receipts, she brings a lot of screenshots, she brings a lot of clips, apparently, and I'm quite excited to see it, so let's go ahead and give it a watch. We like Keffels here, she's a friend of the stream, she's a friend of mine, and yeah, let's give it a watch.
I don't like a bully that gaslights. This white Canadian trans streamer. Wait, sorry, I misread that. This YouTube Canadian trans streamer.
For those that don't know, YT, I was confused about this for a long time, unironically, because people would keep calling me white like that. Like, I'd keep getting called YT, and I was confused. Like, are they shitting on me because I'm a YouTuber? Are they abbreviating? It's really weird to say YouTuber in that context grammatically, but I guess that's what that stands for. And then I found out it stands for white, because it's like if you like white, like white. It's very commonly used by like hoteps. If you see someone using YT to refer to white people, that's a red flag. It's not on its own like, okay, we're dealing with someone who's cringe, but it's a red flag, you know?
Icons like Vosh. Just say, who? Wow. And
Let's see what that tender queers are. I don't take it back. They are. So, the sound effect, FBI open up. I don't know if you're aware of what that means, but the Urban Dictionary definition.
Okay. So, someone sent me a message, okay? A fan of mine who lives somewhere in Africa. I actually don't remember where. Sorry, buddy, but if you're watching this right now, then you can probably say in chat. Went ahead and messaged me about, like, what the deal is with the editing on that video. And apparently a lot of YouTubers from, like, Africa and Caribbean countries, there's, like, this side of YouTube, this culture of YouTube video, of just cram-packing your videos with, like, an overabundance of recognizable sound bites and video clips. Like, really over the top. And usually when well done, it like works, but when done poorly, it can just come off as extremely cringe. So that's how I had like what he was going for here explained to me as. So apparently it's not like hyper zoomer editing. It's more of like an attempt at like a type of editing very popular in non-American YouTube.
The top one is that it's a meme that implies that the FBI is raiding your house because you have child porn on your computer. So in the worst possible interpretation of this, Foreign just played into the right-wing talking points about trans people being groomers and pedophiles. And in the best interpretation that I can think of, I got mocked for being hate crimed.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it was either a joke about her getting swatted, or it was a joke trying to claim that she's a pedophile. I mean, so what I found very funny, this is something you guys have to, this is something you guys are going to have to, like, maybe look back at older content if you weren't around for it to know. But back in, like, 2019 to 2021 in particular, there was actual legit pushback from my own audience. When I made this point, Vosh would make this point and get pushback from his own audience. Like, any debate, like, white cishet debate, I mean, I know that Vosh isn't straight, but still. Like, any white cishet passing debate bro online that tried to make the argument, guys, listen. Sometimes there are people in marginalized groups who use their identity as a shield so that they can do awful, morally horrible things. And then, like, with Candace Owens getting really big, I think a lot of the left kind of became a little more aware of that. But over time, with, like, the woke scold, like, side of the internet getting progressively more and more shameless in their very blatantly dishonest and just evil, abusive actions, and using idpol as a way of protecting themselves from criticism for it. You know, you'd get like a trans person on Twitter who would call you like a evil piece of shit, and you'd reply like, "What the fuck are you saying? Like, you're lying right now." And they'd say, "You're abusing a trans person. You need to listen to what trans people in your community say. You need to listen to what trans people are trying to tell you is offensive." And it'd be like, okay, I got a lot of trans fans, and they'd say, "Well, they don't count, right?" But what ended up happening is that the left started to become, like, this side of the left became more aware of the fact that there are people on the left who are part of marginalized groups who will use their marginalized status as a way of defending themselves against valid criticism. And for a long time, the woke scold side of the left denied that and said that, you know, claiming this in and of itself is racism, misogyny, homophobic, transphobic, whatever it may be. But then along came Keffals and Shark and Demon Mama and other content creators in this space that are very reasonable people who have good positions, who agree on most things with me or Vosh or whatever, and don't jump on board with this, like, debate bros are evil bandwagon. And so very quickly, the narrative stopped being listen to trans people. It stopped being listen to black people. And now, we're all of a sudden, the woke scold sphere is talking about how minorities can use their identity and idpol as a defense. But specifically in the context of going after people like Shark or Keffels, calling Shark the C slur, or calling Keffels like all manner of things they call Keffels. Hell, the origin of Keffels being racist, like that meme of calling Keffels racist, comes from when she quote tweeted somebody attacking that. There was this white lady who wrote a cookbook on how to make dumplings and noodles. And Twitter went after this woman, harassing her, and just, she had to private her Twitter and everything, so Twitter was really going after this woman. And Keffels quote tweeted the viral post that started the hate brigade against the noodle woman, with just simply, noodles are tasty. And that is where the Keffels is racist shit started. I have beef with the noodle cunt as an Asian presenting person. She did it on purpose. Wait, real? Do you know some lore, or are you memeing? I don't know if there's, like, lore that I don't know about it, but essentially the origin of Keffels is racist is because she said noodles are tasty, and that's why it's okay for a white person to make a cookbook about making noodles or dumplings. It very well may have been the case the noodle or dumpling cookbook was dog shit. And if that's the case, criticize it for that. But, you know, I think it's okay if a white person makes a cookbook about a food that was not, like, created by white people. I just noticed that Noodle Cunt revived it recently, whatever. It was just like a year after, posted a screenshot for clout. Oh, she brought it back? If you get, like, harassed a bunch for something like that, I mean, I can see bringing it up as, like, Jesus, remember when that happened? Like, crazy times, huh? But, yeah, I don't know. She didn't? I'm a little confused right now, but I'm also quite high. She literally got no harassment? No, I mean, she did get harassment. She ended up having to private her Twitter, but I don't know what what did she do? Oh, the lady who posted quote tweeted her. Not the writer of the book. I was misinterpreting because I assumed you meant Noodle Lady as in the lady who wrote the book. Okay, okay, this is what I get for streaming while high. I can perfectly, like, do live streamed content while high, but I cannot interact with chat while high. I will just completely misunderstand what you guys are talking about. It makes for some pretty funny stun locks, though, I'll admit. I avoided the noodle story until now. I'm not happy that now I know. Well, now you have to know. It's just how it goes. I'm a bad chatter. No. It's just hard to, like... It's hard to, like, put a line of chat messages together into, like, a cohesive, story. Like, it's like a skill to read chat for me. And if I'm like off on my game, I'll be bad at it. Some days I'm good at it, some days I'm bad at it. It's just one of those things.
And I'm really disgusted at all of the people defending this. I'm disgusted about how this is being played out over Twitter, especially with people trying to not take accountability for this kind of behavior. So, with that said, hold on a second. I have to open up an incognito tab because I'm blocked by both Soul Bunny.
I just think it's really funny that after Keffels and Shark became the two biggest people that the woke scold sphere are going after right now for not agreeing with them and not towing the line, now all of a sudden they're all making videos in complete contrast to what they believed like 2 years ago about how, okay, actually there are certain minorities that are bad and they do use their identity to protect themselves from criticism, but it's actually the people we don't like. It's like, okay, when a year ago you were denying the existence of this, like, who are you going to believe, you know?
Bunny and Jesse Gender. Twitter is so busted. Jesse was saying, so I'm going to say this because people are talking about it. Yes, I block people. I do it for my mental health, and I'm allowed to set limits on who I allow into my space, as best as one can do on online media. To shame someone for setting limits or boundaries not cool.
The fall off of Jessie Gender was wild, dude. Her liking the tweets, calling Shark the sea slur and a slave. That was fucked. Like, Jessie's gone. I don't think Jessie is like, if you're like a Jessie Gender fan, you gotta pack it in. You gotta accept it. Jessie Gender like liking tweets, calling Shark the sea slur. Like, there's just, you got to know who we're dealing with here. You got to accept and admit, like, the type of person that we're dealing with here is not the kind of person you're probably going to want to support as a content creator. Yeah, it's Jover. Like, it sucks how many of these figures I enjoyed up until they showed their true colors, right? Yeah, oh, and Jessie also jumped on with the say her name shit, and, yeah.
And Soul Bunny responds to this by saying, no one is entitled to us as content creators. As you said, our mental health comes first. And this is quite literally therapy speak. Because, like, the end...
Notice how they've started, by the way, adapting the arguments that we made a couple years ago against them. This whole Cornbreadtube thing they're trying to start, they know that the only way it's going to have any level of success is if they hide that they're crazy fucking woke scolds, which is why their videos are so filled with dog whistles. Why, like, when Foreign Man in a Foreign Land called Shark the sea slur, he did it in the form of like a half-second edit where he shows a picture of Shark that's all grainy and blurry, and then plays like a half-second audio clip of a raccoon call, and then immediately continues with the video. With the direct purpose of making it so if you know, then you get the joke and you like it. But if you don't know, that was just a weird edit that just passes in half a second and you're on to the next one, right? So it's interesting how much these cornbread tubers, as they've called themselves, are implementing far-right methodology in their messaging because they're too cowardly to stand behind what they actually believe in their videos. Oh, did we get raided? Oh, hell yeah, we got a Keffels raid. Thank you, Keffels. We're actually watching your video right now. We're reviewing it right now. You've brought some, you're bringing good stuff to the table. I'm backing you up. Thank you for the raid, Keffels. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. I hope you enjoy your stay. We're actually watching Keffels right now, so you'll be right at home.
Result of this, and remember, Jesse's a public figure. The end result of this is to avoid accountability. It has nothing to do with mental health. Jesse wants to be able to sling...
You know what I think happened? I actually think that Lindsay Ellis leaving the internet basically sent the message that the woke scolds wanted to send. For those that don't remember, Lindsay Ellis, about a year ago now maybe, might have been a little less, ended up posting a tweet. A very, just offhanded tweet about a movie called Raya the Last Dragon, some, Pixar Disney movie or something like that. Maybe DreamWorks, I don't even know. And she said that the plot, in a very it wasn't even an insult to the movie. It was just a comment about how the plot was very similar to Avatar: The Last Airbender. She proceeded to be inundated in a massive amount of harassment. She was harassed so much and literally couldn't escape it to the point where she was riddled with stress that caused her to have stomach ulcers that were resulting in her shitting blood, as she described it in her post, her going away post. She has since quit YouTube entirely and only uploads on Nebula now. As far as being an active figure fighting to normalize progressive values and get that disseminated on YouTube, the woke scold succeeded in destroying her because she did not toe the line. What happened after that? You'll notice that the schism seemed to become more apparent than ever after that event. Nobody besides a few people came out to defend her within the BreadTube sphere, even those that were known to be her friend behind the scenes. And after that, we saw things such as ContraPoints jumping to defend the sexual harassment towards Vosh shit with Cat Black. And we saw the same behavior We saw ContraPoints do the same behavior that, like, the debate bro sphere had defended her against for a while. She was doing it and was unwilling to even, like, look at any of the evidence that was going on. It was, like, bizarre. I know that many of you that were there to watch it was like, I was there in Vosh's chat when that went down. It was like, Contra, what are you doing? Why won't you just, like, look at the evidence? Like, why are you being this stubborn? This isn't like you. What is happening? It was, like, really weird, wasn't it, chat? Like, it seemed like she wasn't doing it because she actually believed she was in the right. It seemed like she was doing it because she doesn't want to get canceled anymore. And guess what? Since she went up against Vosh, ContraPoints has not been canceled once. Remember those, like, every single time Contra would upload cancellations, we'd have to, like, literally cover waves of Twitter posts attacking ContraPoints with every single upload? Ever since she went after Vosh, that's stopped. Interesting how that is, huh? And so it's made me wonder whether or not this whole Cornbreadtube thing is basically a response to the insane woke scold mob on Twitter getting its way. That's what I wonder.
Mud to slander people, to harass people, to help encourage brigades and mass harassment against other creators she doesn't like. But when she gets called out for this behavior, she starts weaponizing therapy speak and starts talking about how she can't be accountable because of her mental health.
Because they're soft little ooh-woo, like, lefties, and we're the mean, bad debate bros that are attacking them for no reason.
So, on that note, Soul Bunny put out a video about me.
I'm sorry, but Soul Bunny's entire aesthetic is a red flag, okay? I'm gonna be real.
On that note,
okay?
Soul Bunny...
Like, as far as friendships with somebody goes, Soul Bunny's, like, aesthetic as a person is just a massive red flag. Like, can we be real for a minute? Having purple hair is valid? Yeah, but you have to, like, if you listen, all right? On the left, you're cool, Heavy Gretel, and I know that because I know you, but, like, if you're on the left and you've got, like, colored hair, I have to, like, actually know you to have my preconceptions destroyed, because unironically, like, the blue-haired SJW or pink-haired SJW stereotype does exist on the left, okay? It does exist. And that basically evolved into the woke scold, which have now evolved into what are calling themselves Cornbreadtube.
Put out a video about me.
Blue
I
hair
don't
and
like
pronouns,
a bully that
yeah.
gaslights. This white Canadian trans streamer... Wait, sorry, I misread that. This YouTube Canadian trans streamer is rewriting history, so I had to correct the false narrative since she's going after Jesse gender...
It's actually the glasses. I'm gonna be real. It's the glasses. It's not the hair color that's doing it. It's the glasses. I'm sorry, but these are I'm trying to be a quirky, like, these lenses are supposed to make my eyes look way bigger than they are. Like, yeah, quirky glasses. It's the glasses. It's the glasses. That's what it is. I figured it's the combination of the purple hair and the glasses, really, but it's the glasses, because you know these are those glasses that are purposefully like that. Like, these aren't, you don't need to have glasses like that. She chose to have glasses like that, right? And they're those big ones that you get to try to make it so your eyes are bigger. Zan dissing on style for shame. This is my style, okay? You see this? I got a Smokey the Bear shirt, okay? All I care about is preventing wildfires. That's my drip. Fuck you. Round glasses are pretentious. Yeah, it's such a, I'm trying to be an ooh-woo, like, this is nerd girl slander? You're damn right it is. You're damn fucking right it is. I am nerd girl slandering hard right now. Nerd girls aren't trying, okay? Real nerd girls aren't trying to look like a nerd girl, okay? Real nerd girls are out there fucking wallowing in stink playing like 12 hours of WoW, okay? The real nerd girls you can smell from a mile away. That's the real sign.
Oren and Kaylin. Leave my friends and Cornbreadtube alone. Hashtag white woman tears.
Cornbreadtube. I can't get over. I can't get over that this is what they're calling themselves. I actually cannot believe they're trying. I wonder if they think this is going to be like the rise of Breadtube initially in 2019. These YouTubers fundamentally don't understand what made the left take off in 2019. It was figures like Destiny and Vosh and towing the line to the woke scold's ContraPoints. These were the figures that helped Breadtube become what it was in 2019 when it blew up. I assure you, the people who caused Breadtube to fall off and crumble and fracture apart are not going to be capable of creating a whole new corny-ass new Breadtube that actually ends up getting anywhere near the same level of momentum. Did we just listen to Xander Hall's fetish, smelly nerd girls? I'm not into nerd girls. I'm into MILFs. I'm into women that are like, I mean, ideally twice my age, like, or more. But, you know, 30s or so is good, too.
Help on camera, since there's a white Canadian trans streamer who's lying on Foreign and Jesse and rewriting history to justify their harassment. So about 5 days ago, Foreign uploaded his video, When You're Racist But Queer, and it touched on a lot of important things. But the thing is that, you know, with that territory, you expect a response, or you expect a reaction. Where the problem lies is the fact that their response is for them to rewrite history, is for them to be lying, is for them to leaving out very important things. For example, she tried to say that she went to rehab.
You know, the fun thing is that these content creators do have a very good, they do have a very good ability to keep their audience from actually looking into any of the things they're lying about. But what I do like, what I can appreciate is the fact that these content creators have a very niche potential audience. You'll notice that, like, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, Jesse Gender as of late, Soul Bunny, all these content creators, they're building their, what they hope to be careers on hating on other lefty content creators who, unfortunately for them, have way more ability to have broad reach outside of the left and audience reach outside of the left than them. They're basically cornering themselves into a very, very, very tight niche, which is going to limit their long-term growth and success significantly. Making a video about how Vosh Bad will get you like 1 million views in a month, sure, and that'll definitely blow your channel up, but how many videos about Vosh Bad can one lefty channel make, right? Like, how many Zan Bad channel videos can someone like DJ Mule make? They'll get like one big one-hit wonder. Maybe they'll get a lot of subs from it, but at the end of the day, the content and value they actually have to offer isn't that much. There's a few people in this space who have gotten big doing this, but they all have to riddle their videos with dog whistles and avoid saying what they actually believe. You know? Yeah.
Solely off of just her feeling suicidal. And I'm not denying that that's a possible factor. But the thing is, we all saw her publicly spiral.
Xander Hall wants that post-menopausal pussy so he can bust with no worries. Honestly, that is a benefit that I've never even thought about, but thank you for adding another reason onto the list.
We all saw her go after multiple trans people after the Say Your Name thing. She went after Jesse Gender during the Say Her Name dog pile and other black folks. She then went further and started going after other white trans folks that were...
Yeah, I really don't think this ever was actually a problem. And I don't think that people using Say Her Name was for Brianna Gay, a trans teenager that was stabbed to death in a park. I don't think when people were using it for her, and they were using it for her specifically because people in the media were dead naming her. I don't think it's an issue.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, guys? I found out some deep lore yesterday. Or not yesterday, a couple days ago. I found out some deep lore. Yeah, it's pronounced J. Yeah, it's unfortunate mispronunciation there. Honestly, though, knowing trans people, I have no doubt like that Brianna J was very, very loose with the haha, Brianna Gay jokes because I know a lot of trans people. And if any of their last names were like in any way close to being gay, they would own the fuck out of it. Trust me. Like so it's maybe not that bad. But anyway, essentially, what I noticed was I found out some deep lore. Okay, found out some deep lore recently. Essentially, who here is familiar with a woke scold, an insane woke scold that was like very prevalent on lefty Twitter for a while, made a lot of death threats at me and a couple of other people, was very dishonest, very, very crazy, named Kunta J. Any of you guys remember that person? You don't really hear about them anymore for some reason, right? Who remembers that name? No? Well, as it turns out, Kunta J ended up being trans and rebranded along with Transition, and now goes by a different name, Jai. The person who started the say her name is racist shit used to be a woke scold that went by Kunta J and was like infamous on Twitter. And literally sent me a death threat once. Literally threatened to come to Palm Springs and shoot me at one point on Twitter. I remember that's why I blocked them. Like, that is literally the person we're dealing with here. Jai didn't start that. They popularized it massively. They were like the first big Twitter user to get that big. To get that, like, controversy going. So yeah, like the reason why you know about the Say Her Name drama is because of Jai. And so yeah, same person as it turns out, apparently. That's what I learned the other day. And it's just wild to me how, like, there are a couple of these woke scold types who like you'll hear about and they'll disappear, and then there'll be a new woke scold by a different name that you'll deal with, and you find out that's actually the same person, and they've just rebranded. Good example of this is Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny rebranded to Kira Chats to escape her past because she literally has DMs of admitting that she's going to grift as a lefty for as long as she can to make money. And it's like, dog. Oh, yeah, LC Sono. I heard about that. I'm not on Twitter, so I haven't... I literally don't go on Twitter anymore, so I don't see anything on Twitter these days. But I heard that my old stalker, Flamenco, has literally been going full throttle and embracing being a lolicon. After, like, multiple years of him calling me and Vosh pedophiles, I have to admit that might be the funniest end to the arc ever. Like my stalker ends his arc of self-humiliation and like career destruction on himself with just full throttle joining together with the lolicon community. Just phenomenal, dude.
Yes, she done her during the Say Her Name dog pile and other black folks. He then went further and started going after other white trans folks.
So yeah, these people refer to the Say Her Name thing as a racist white leftist dogpile on black people for criticizing the use of the Say Her Name hashtag. That's how they rewrite history and refer to it as. And they're saying that we're the ones rewriting history when we talk about the Say Her Name stuff. That is actually like narcissistically sociopathic, dude. Like, that is like downright, like, do you have human emotions to be able to lie that blatantly of a lie, you know?
We're criticizing her behavior and basically becoming a Kiwi Farms 2.0 because...
What? Wait.
Yeah, right, dog. Dude, for one, Kiwi Farms is not a gossip website, okay? Kiwi Farms is a stalking website. So, like, Keffels is not stalking anyone. Second, like, Keffels is not doxing anyone. Third, Keffels has never, like, tried to push anyone to suicide or celebrated anyone's suicide. Who she's, like, done any of those things to, because that's not what she does. Like, my favorite part of these, like, Cornbreadtubers is that they're so bad at engaging with the right. You'll notice that none of these people ever actually engage with the right or criticize the right or conservative beliefs or anything. All they do is desperately try to argue that other lefties are secretly part of the right. And that's where their arguments end. They don't even actually argue against racism or try to defeat racism conceptually. They just try to argue, oh yeah, do you know this lefty YouTuber you like? They're actually racist. Okay, now enjoy the video. Like, or have a good one. Like, they don't even, like, have the here's why the racism is bad section. It's just like, we're gonna prove that this person is racist. Let's go. These people can't engage with anyone as evidenced by Soul Bunny's combo with DM. Oh, we'll be getting to that too, don't worry. Yeah, let's go.
And basically becoming a Kiwi Farms 2.0.
Kiwi Farms has made people kill themselves. All I have ever done, at worst, is maybe be a bit mean online. I have never started harassment campaigns against other people. I have never done anything even close to how heinous Kiwi Farms is. It's a profoundly ignorant statement.
Well, it just shows how little engagement any of these people have had with actual conservative beliefs. Like, if these people actually saw the depths of, like, real horrific conservative beliefs online that we engage with on a daily basis, they would literally have a meltdown and cry. It's why this whole Cornbreadtube thing's not going to take off. The second any lefty... Like, can you imagine someone like FD Signifier, who claims to have had, like, a panic attack and, like, a stroke and had to get, like, hospitalized from making a drama video about Vosh? Can you imagine what's going to happen if he hits, like, 1 million subs? Like, if he hit 1 million subs and conservatives are just, like, nonstop going after him the same way they go after, like, Vosh or Keffels. Could you imagine how that would go for any of these? They would quit YouTube. They would literally just quit YouTube because it would be too much for them. They literally only engage and attack lefty figures because they know that we'll actually pull our punches when we go after them. Something we don't do when we go after conservatives.
And an incredibly insensitive one, especially when the reason that I was in rehab was post-traumatic stress disorder for being the victim of a harassment campaign that started with Kiwi Farms.
She's now attacking trans folks publicly. One of her trans mutuals opened up about her suffering with substance abuse issues, and that's a factor to her behavior, her spiraling publicly.
Nope. So I actually knew it was happening behind the scenes, and I'll be a little bit vague with what, like, I say, because I don't want to be, like, outing private stuff, but I knew about the substance abuse issues before the public did, and I was one of the people saying she needs to get into rehab. This is gonna be, like, a horrible... She's destroying her health. She is actively, like, putting her life in danger. She's in a horrible mental state. Like, somebody's going to find out about this and try to destroy her by making it public, which is what happened. The people who came out with this, as much as the woke scolds try to make the people who outed Keffels' substance abuse look like heroes, they are actually fucking monsters, because literally every single one of Keffels' friends, including me, were already getting her into rehab, and she was literally already in rehab when it leaked. So it was literally outed for no other reason than spite. Yeah, it was that Sasha chick did it. Not only that, but that Sasha chick later on ended up gloating in a tweet saying, "I destroyed a lefty streamer's career for her own good," and then deleted the tweet after people called it out, including me. I would also keep an eye out for some other stuff that might come out about that Sasha chick soon. I'm not going to say in particular, but I've got forbidden knowledge, and it won't be forbidden for long.
Then said Canadian streamer went and apologized for her behavior, said she's getting help, and that she's going to rehab. So she's now weaponizing her white woman tears, rewriting the history, even going after Kayleen. She's manipulating her fans.
Zan, you mean the rape allegations? Oh, they're public now. Oh, they're fully public? The victims made them public? I didn't want to out it if the victim hadn't made them public yet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've known about Sasha being a rapist for literal months. Sasha's a full-on rapist, yeah. I've known about him. I've known the victim's story for months. I didn't out it because the victim didn't want it public. I was waiting for the victim to make it public, but since it has been made public, yeah. So yeah, Sasha was also a rapist. So the woman who, like, outed Keffels, not only did it to promote her OnlyFans, because she does, like, this whole, like, trans MILF thing on OnlyFans and, like, needed to bring a lot of attention to her Twitter, and it was, like, a profiting thing. But she's also a rapist, and also just a massive piece of shit who outed it for nothing but clout. So yeah. She's responded by physically threatening the victims. Very nice. Very, very good to hear about that. Yeah, genuine monsters these people are. When I talk about these abusive, like, pieces of shit on the left, the woke scold sphere, I really mean it. I really mean these people are abusive. They're narcissistic psychos, for lack of a better term, who have weaponized progressive politics as the most morally righteous-looking way of being an abuser.
Policing who's friends with who, and just being shitty overall.
Okay, it's actually really rich. Policing who's friends with who, where if I wasn't friends with Vosh, I wouldn't be in any of these videos. And it's only because of my association with Vosh that these hit pieces keep involving
me.
But also, this entire thing is just me.
Arguably the same thing for me as well. Like, if I wasn't friends with Vosh, there's a good chance that I probably wouldn't get as much shit as I do. But I'm gonna be real. Like, outside of me and Vosh being friends, because I mean, we get along well, like, he's a cool guy, me and him are friends, I genuinely agree with, like, most of Vosh's positions. Like, obviously media takes are a whole other thing, but, like, in regards to, like, politics, when Vosh has a take about something, like, I've literally seen something happen, had a take on something, and then seen Vosh make a video about it, watch that video, and then he has the same take as I did. I think he's a very reasonable person, or at the very least, we're pretty like-minded. And so I find myself never really having that many disagreements with him. And when I do have disagreements with him, I understand where he's coming from. Like, I can understand his actual, like, thought process that got him to that position, which is why I think that I genuinely don't have any, like, I've never had any issues with him, really. I've debated him before, though, and I've won every debate I've done with him, by the way.
Manipulative and wrong. Like, trying to say that I'm lying because I wasn't forthcoming about the fact that my friends wanted me to go to rehab because I didn't want.
Well, you're right. Xander Hall, the woke scolds don't go after DGG. Yeah, they don't even go after DGG because they know that's a community that will really fight. Like, if these woke scolds went after Destiny, there would not be woke scolds anymore, you know? Like, they don't go after people who are likely to go after them full hog. They don't go after conservatives. They don't go after someone like Destiny. They go after somebody who has to maintain at least a little bit of, like, decorum in their response, because if they don't, then they'll give their criticizers more ammo to try to claim more lies about them. If I don't respond to these videos the right way, I basically give clip fodder to these people to try to make it seem like I'm, you know, like I'm proving them right, you know? So if I go too hard on them, they'll just take that and say, look how abusive he's being. And it's like, you're literally lying, and I'm upset about you lying. Am I not allowed to get heated? But I'm not going to get heated, because if I do, then they get to clip that.
To involve other people in this, but also my apology that I did before going to rehab wasn't for her or her community. It was for my fans, because I felt like I let my fans down. I wanted to do better for my community.
Streamer that's trans, leave Foreign alone, leave Jesse Gender alone, leave Kayleen alone, leave Cornbreadtube alone.
I may not have done the best job in
leave Cornbreadtube alone. God, we should do like an edit. We should do like an edit of Soul Bunny, like it's the Leave Britney Alone video, and it's like, leave Cornbreadtube alone. That would be such a good edit.
Introducing Soul Bunny before I began talking about this, because to be honest, this is a very emotionally charged discussion for me to have, because people are using me getting hate crime. They're using me dealing with very serious trauma, very serious mental health issues as a way to attack me. So I get a bit heated when trying to do commentary about these issues, because this isn't
the way that people, like, tried to clamp down on Keffals with the swatting shit was so weird. So my understanding is that essentially Keffals worded how her swatting went down in a slightly over-exaggerated way, and people latched onto that like crazy as trying to find ways to say that her story isn't true. And when eventually they couldn't deny that she was swatted, they started claiming that she orchestrated it. And when they couldn't claim that anymore, they started claiming that she wasn't actually going to like raise the money and use it for what she was saying she was doing. It was like layers of different, like, okay, but she's bad because of this, right? But I remember the first round of it was like, she said that she'd woken up to guns in her face, when what actually happened was she woke up, she had like banging on her door, and so she like walked to the door right after getting out of bed and opened the door, and the cops were there with their guns out, and they had them like ready. And so she essentially, like, that is what, if you were telling your friend a story, you'd say, yeah, man, I woke up and I had a fucking gun pointed in my face, you know? Like, that's how, it wouldn't be a dishonest or unreasonable way to describe it, but if you're trying to give a very detailed step-by-step breakdown of exactly what happened, people will try to twist it into saying you're like being dishonest or whatever. So that's basically what ended up happening. Nick Fuentes is way more popular than most woke scolds. That is true. Something you got to remember is even like Nick Fuentes, who has honestly fallen off massively in the last couple years from his like peak back in 2019 or 2020, Nick Fuentes is still larger as a figure than like FD Signifier, Noah Sampson, Jesse Gender, Soul Bunny, all of these people. Neo-Nazism is more popular online. Like overt, outward neo-Nazism is more palatable and digestible online than what these people are like shilling out.
And shouldn't be something to attack someone for. But Soul Bunny is a small leftist live streamer who has been continuously propped up by Jesse Gender and by FD Signifier. It wasn't just like a trans mutual of mine who came forward with the information I was struggling with substance abuse.
A lot of these Cornbreadtube types end up falling off too. No one watches DJ Mule anymore. Yeah, DJ Mule's like one-hit wonder was being like the most hated YouTube. Dude, my friend, oh my god, the amount of hate for DJ Mule's hit piece on me was so wide and broad spread, it got outside of the political sphere. I had a friend send me a post that was on r/videos, and it was just a post from a random person that was like, really bad hit piece video debunk. Or it was like debunk of a really bad hit piece video. And it was someone's debunk of it. Like even the person who spread the initial false allegations said it was dog shit. That's the crazy thing, is that in both situations where I had false allegations thrown out against me, the people who threw out the false allegations in the end regretted it and took it back. In both scenarios. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. There's a 5-hour edit of all of your friends plus Ecofish and others reacting to the DJ Mule video. It's crazy! That's been my recommended for like weeks. I haven't clicked on it, but I see that and it's like, holy fucking shit. This one horribly made hit piece video on me was so bad that it's like the entire internet Avengers Endgamed this dude. And it wasn't necessarily on my behalf, but it kind of felt like it, you know? It was nice. It was nice to see.
It was an ex-friend who leaked it on Twitter against my consent. And I was trending with like 13,000 tweets, mostly people mocking me for struggling with substance abuse. So FD Signifier made that Twitter thread that I showed people in a previous stream where he said that I wish Soul Bunny had 13,000 tweets about her, when those 13,000 tweets were mostly mocking me for substance abuse following someone outing it against my consent.
Well, it's because they it's because they want to pretend like there is no harassment happening. They want to pretend like that 13,000 trending tweets on Twitter under Keffel's name wasn't people attacking Keffels in her replies, but instead was like people being pro Keffels, and that Keffels is just so popular, and that popularity belongs to someone else. They've gotten to the point where they're willing to literally warp reality to the same level that conservatives do to try to win this, like, to them, what is just a YouTube popularity contest. We'll get to it a little later in this video, but I've seen the clip that Keffel shows of Jessie Gender. She kind of like lets the game out. They plan to create a leftist YouTube where we don't exist. Like me, Keffels, Vosh, Demon Mama, Shark, us like live stream debate type streamers, whatever, that dissent against them. They plan to create a left YouTube where we do not exist, right? Hey, Gayfish.
And Soul Bunny has been someone that Jessie Gender has continuously propped up because she does these attack videos. And Jessie wants to do these sorts of attack videos, but she doesn't want to face the repercussions of doing these sorts of videos. And yeah, FD Signifier framed my struggle with substance abuse like it was me attempting to grift. It was really disgusting. I want to like sort of break down.
It's crazy because Keffels was planning, like the entire idea was that Keffels would just like announce a break from streaming, go to rehab, come out, take a break, be solidly better and healthy mentally and physically, come back and explain everything herself. That was the like ideal scenario. The people who outed this did it for clout and money. Keffels was never going to out this in such a way that it could have been monetized or dramatized for sympathy, because by the time it was going to be public, she was going to be out of it. It's these horrible fucking leeches that outed it early and made it into something that was like this big drama when it would have been her past by the time it would have been public had she made it public and talked about it under her own terms. Isn't it funny the left was more cruel about Clara's substance abuse than the right has, lol? Yeah, I mean, a lot of right-wingers didn't even attack Clara as hard as the left did. Yeah.
The narrative that Soul Bunny was trying to do. She put these two things side by side, like she thought she was making like a really good point. I deleted this because I had already said basically this in another tweet. And I put this one up instead. It's crazy how me tweeting out, "Hey Jesse, please don't participate in mocking the suicide attempt of another trans woman," is met by blocking anyone who brings it up and writing essays about how we shouldn't take anything people say on Twitter seriously. And Soul Bunny responds, "She tweeted and deleted this because it's bold-ass lie, especially when she went after multiple trans people while spiraling publicly. Then she apologized for her behavior and shared that she's getting help and going to rehab. Rewrite the narrative, but we all saw it go down publicly." And this is just a
One of my favorite, like, they're actually just doing the conservative thing now, where they just, like, accuse us of doing what they do. Like, conservatives' whole thing is just accusing us of their own plans. You've noticed that, right? Like, I assume you guys, if you've been paying attention to politics, it's literally all of politics is the right falsely accusing the left of doing what the right wants to do, and then the right gaining power, and then them doing that. Well, what right now what the woke scold types are doing, what Cornbreadtube is doing right now, is just accusing, like, the debate brosphere of doing what they do. Yo, Xanderhall, did you hear that FD, Bad Bunny, Soul Bunny, and Jesse Gender had a debate done right cope stream? Oh, yeah, that's what I was talking about. It was Bad Bunny, Jesse Gender, Bad Bunny, Kira Chats, Jesse Gender, Soul Bunny, like that sphere. They were talking about how Cornbreadtube needs to, like, excise debate bros, and they need to create a lefty YouTube where we don't exist. That's what I was talking about, yeah.
A very, very weird criticism to make. I actually don't even understand
she'll show the
point
clip
that
in a
she's
minute.
trying to make here.
I've seen the beginning of this
reason I even
video.
engaged with her in the first place is because of the response that she left on my video. I thought it was disgusting, especially after showing you all the implication of what Foreign had put in his video that suggests that I am a pedophile, or he mocked me for getting hate crimed. But I'm going to show you this, and the comment that Soul Bunny left is at the end of this clip. "I didn't go to rehab because I wanted to atone for anything. I went to rehab.
Her life was in danger.
Because my friends wanted to stop me from ending my own life.
Yeah.
I had ordered heroin to my house, and I was planning to end it. And
Yeah, like, this was entirely, like, a thing that was to be handled in private. Something that I noticed is that a lot of the woke scold types, the cornbread tubers that outed this, they're trying to take credit for her going to rehab and getting help and making her life better. Like, they're trying to say that because they outed it, she was forced to go to rehab so that she would be able to preserve her career. Like, it's literally, like, the most gaslighting abuser shit ever, because I know what happened. I was there in private. I knew about this shit before any of you motherfuckers did. I was there saying, all right, when's she going to rehab? Before this shit was ever public. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. I sat in VCs with all of our friends until, like, 6 a.m., multiple days in a row. Yeah, I talked with Cherry about this shit, and I learned about it from Cherry, and I was like, yeah, this needs to end. She needs to get into rehab now. And, like, while she was literally in rehab, this got outed. So the idea that this was some, like, act upon that she took of outing it, or, like, she planned to out it and make it some sympathy thing or some monetizable thing, is so false that it relies on the fact that these people created this drama to believe it. You know? Like, they're the ones who outed it in the first place.
My friends came together, and they convinced me to get help instead of ending my life. I was dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder from all of the harassment, from all of the death threats, from the fact that I survived attempted murder. And trying to use this as
that's what swatting is, by the way.
Is disgusting.
For those of you guys that don't know, swatting is attempted murder. Allow me to show you what a swatting, like, realistically looks like. Kutra gets swatted. I was a big Creatures fan back in the day. I was very, very much present in the community when this went down.
A prank, others call it revenge, but swatting is a crime costing taxpayers thousands of dollars in emergency resources. We checked, and swatting has been a problem in Colorado for years. In 2005, Colorado Springs police received a call claiming a father and daughter were being held hostage in their home. The location was real, but the incident was fake.
These SWAT teams show up thinking that there is a psychopathic ravenous murderer on the scene, and they are ready to kill someone that day. I don't know if, like, you guys realize this, but when somebody who has a gun is going into a situation where they are 100% sure they're going to have to probably kill someone that day, that is a very dangerous situation to be in as the innocent person who's getting swatted. Because the SWAT team doesn't know it's a prank. You don't even know what's happening at first. You have to be, like, as a streamer, I have conditioned myself that if I hear, like, a bit, like a bang on my door while I'm streaming, I'm just gonna fucking assume I'm getting swatted, dude. I'm just gonna assume I'm getting swatted and just be ready to, like, not be a threat, because I don't want to get shot, because people get shot and, like, deadly flashbanged when they get swatted. It's dangerous. It's a scary thing.
Situations similar to today's incident have been reported throughout the country. Earlier this year in April, a 17-year-old boy in New York was swatted while playing the video game Call of Duty online. And we found celebrities aren't immune to this either. Both Justin Bieber and Kim Kardashian have been victims of swatting too. The FBI could get involved if authorities determine today's phone call was placed from somewhere outside of Colorado.
You are watching the SWAT team busting in.
So that's when Kuchar got swatted. They have a gun to you, multiple guns to you. They scream at you. They pin you to the ground, put a boot on your back, and step on you, and they keep you down, and you just gotta hope that you can explain what's going on. And the thing is, the cops are gonna be pissed. That's the thing. When you explain what's going down, you have to explain that it was a prank that you didn't do, and that you are not in any way at fault for. You have to explain that a crime has been committed against you and that this was an attempt to kill you. And that somebody has broken the law and has, like, falsely reported this to her. Like, you have to explain that in, like, a very concise, calm way. Because if you're, like, not calm with the cops, they might shoot you because you're, like, you might look like you're gonna, like, freak out and attack someone, you know? You gotta be a calm individual when dealing with American cops if you want to guarantee that you're going to stay alive.
Into a Littleton office, all caught on a webcam.
Doubly so if black.
Now, right now, security measures have been lifted. Employees allowed back into the building at Mineral near Broadway after what police are calling a false report about a shooting. Well,
so yeah, that was when the creatures got swatted back in 2015. Yeah, it's very horrific shit. Keffels got swatted in the very early morning. She was asleep in bed, opened her door, SWAT team there with guns, storming into her apartment. Guns pointed at her. Probably went somewhat like that.
Disgusting. It's inhuman. I didn't do that for anyone else. I did that because I didn't want to die. Can you imagine watching this video and seeing someone be that vulnerable and opening up about this kind of struggle and then just saying, this is what we call white woman tears? It's heartless. It's just sociopath behavior.
It's abuser behavior is what it is.
So here's how she responds to me pointing this out. You unblocked me to punch down since I see through the bullshit you're doing. I never made fun of suicide being a factor. I actually, in my video yesterday, acknowledged it probably being a
You'll know, you probably can figure this out yourselves, but their goal is to make the people they attack commit suicide. I mean, like, let's be real. The way they attacked Lindsay Ellis until she was shitting blood, as she said, and still continued to attack and shit talk her even after she left the internet, they don't just want the people they hate to leave the internet. They want the people they hate to kill themselves. That's why they're doing the harassment, and they're spreading these lies and doing the career ruination shit. They celebrated, they pack watched and celebrated Eden's death. So, like, a ton of these people were celebrating when Eden Knight died. For those who don't know, Eden Knight was a trans, like, funny as fuck Twitter shit poster. She had a lot of friends in this space. She was very well liked. She was groomed by a attorney here in America. If anyone knows his name, please let me know, because I very much want to say what his name is. Who was working for her parents, who groomed her into detransitioning and getting into a situation where she could be deported back to Saudi Arabia, where she would be back under her parents' boot. And there, you know, wasn't allowed to be trans, wasn't allowed to live as her true self, was, like, no doubt very miserable, and she took her own life. Isn't the FBI investigating her death? Yes, as far as I know, that is the case. Here's Jai, a.k.a. Kunta J, celebrating Eden Knight's death. Yeah. Jai mocked the death of Eden Knight, represented by the sun emoji. Eden was a Middle Eastern trans woman. It seems she used to her like online username, like a pseudonym she had was Solaria, and so the sun, like solar sun, you know. It seems for you, just because Jai is black, that means she's allowed to do whatever she wants to Middle Eastern trans women because they're lower on the oppression pyramid. So you got the pig knife, frog knife, sun knife, and then a bunch of like dancing on a grave emojis. Yeah, so it's like Michael Pocalico. Michael Pocalico is the attorney's name that groomed Eden Knight in that position. So yeah, what's a frog? What's the pig? I don't know what those are references to, but the sun's definitely a reference to her, and she posted that on the day that the announcement came out about Eden dying, and you can literally see in the emoji is the sun emoji, then a cigarette emoji, and then a blowing out smoke emoji, as in smoking the solar pack. I think you can put together what's being said here. So this is literally Jai celebrating Jai, a.k.a. Kunta J, the death threat sender, celebrating Eden Knight's murder, I would actually say. So yeah, these are just not good people. We're literally dealing with monsters, and they will, of course, at the same time... actually, I believe currently Jai has Rip Eden Knight in their profile on Twitter. Last time I checked, in their like on their name as their name, Jai has Rip Eden Knight as their name. So they're like full on trying to rewrite history and jump on like the virtue signaling wagon, hardcore history rewriting. She's been harassing Eden's friends for months. They would all be Nazis if they were white. They would all be Nazis if they were white. They really would be. Like, unironically. Yeah, Justice for Eden they have in their name now, literally after pack watching Eden, like, on the day she died. Yeah, really fucked up. Really fucked up people we're dealing with here. Yeah.
A factor. But it's white woman tears since you're rewriting the way things went down. Lying bitch. Yeah, her entire career is...
She made her change.org petition about Eden. That's like her pinned tweet, a change.org petition about Eden. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. The pig represents Chinchinzilla, whose pig Jai threatened to kill and eat. The frog represents Bill Kezos, who Jai really loves harassing. Oh... So it was like the emojis represent different people that Jai is beefed with, and then the knives and like dancing on their graves. Okay, yeah. This person I screenshotted is apparently a Soul Bunny stan. They look like it. Merrick tweets, she mocked Eden's death. What is wrong with y'all? Like, actually, what is your fucking problem? This person responds, how? The tweet with the sun symbol and the knife next to it with the grave dancing emojis on top. The thing that's very obviously a celebration of Eden's death. And then this different person who's also a Soul Bunny fan replies, okay, I mean, not everyone's going to like your friend Cope, IDK. Really soft and ooh-woo, aren't they, guys?
Is built on shitting on me. If you go to her YouTube account, she has 4 videos up, and 2 of them are about me. I'm pretty sure the 3rd one mentions me as well. She's a drama channel that makes drama videos about debate bros.
Yeah, they're literally, they've decided their new thing is going to be declaring war on the debate bro sphere, making nothing but videos on us because they know there's a very dedicated hate watching audience to like me, Vosh, Keffels, Shark now, Demon Mama, like there's a very dedicated hate community to us. Like I've got like, when I was on Twitter, I had thousands of followers that were just hate followers, following to leave hate comments, right? Like we have very dedicated hate following communities of conservatives and lefties. So monetizing that is what they've decided to make their new meta in Cornbreadtube. And they hope it'll be like the slingshot they need to like maybe create a new era of like left-wing domination online, but I don't even think that's their end goal. I don't even think they care about the left winning like any type of cultural staying power on the internet or in the real world.
Her audience expects her to engage with this stuff, but she keeps crying victim. She's posting the last things that I put on Twitter before I went to rehab. She responded by the same thing. Like, this is fucking disgusting. This isn't the behavior of an activist. This isn't the behavior of any sort of progressive. She posted the same things, responding, quote tweeting me saying that she was mocking me for talking about seeking mental health treatment because I was suicidal, by saying, you can keep trying to weaponize your white woman tears against me and others, but we all publicly saw it. You lost credibility due to that spiral, so you go build engagement elsewhere. So I just responded to this. You lost credibility because of your struggle with mental illness.
Actively getting ratioed by Keffals while saying that Keffals has lost relevance.
Please go away now is such an insane thing for a self-proclaimed activist to say. It's so fucking abusive. She basically just said, you're mentally ill. No one should listen to you. I'm the one getting criticized for ableism.
And Keffals is ratioing her in the replies, too. Like, Keffals isn't even quote tweeting. These are replies, and Keffals is still ratioing.
But that is literally what was said to me. So I want to take it back. I want to go all the way back to how all this started. What prompted Soul Bunny to be so unhinged about me? This goes back to Luna Oi, weirdly enough, because Soul Bunny used to be my fan. Like, scrolling back into her account, she used to like my tweets, she used to retweet me, and then
a lot of the hate, like, a lot of the woke scold sphere are ex-fans of me, Vosh, Keffals, etc. This was more apparent back in 2019 when more of the hit piece videos were about how they used to watch our videos, but, there was a time when there was just a little bit less of like a broad knowledge and understanding that tankies are all bad and you shouldn't allow them in your community, and woke scolds are all bad and you shouldn't allow them in your community. And as that realization started to set in across the board, these fans in the sphere started to leave and start becoming anti-fans, right?
And I made a video about Luna Oi, and that's when she decided to flip. Keffals going after Luna Oi unprovoked has pushed my hand to making a video essay on her. The fact is, Black and Indigenous people of color trans folks had an issue with her usage of idpol, some massive hypocrisy and more. Till then, enjoy some art and calm tunes. And this was October 7th of last year. So the video in question, Luna Oi is everything I hate about Marxism-Leninism. And to be fair, it's a statement I stand by. I still think that Luna Oi is a grifter, and I think that you cannot call yourself a trans activist and support her, and I will explain why very shortly. Before I do, I did want to say that this is the reason why Big Joel doesn't like me anymore. Big Joel commented on the video and then unfollowed me, saying,
"No, Big Joel too. Guys." It's a cancer, Zan. I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised. We lose all good things. Like, I actually, like, I swear. I would, at this point, with how many people that I once used to respect, seeing so many of them take this side and this sort of, like, schism in the community, normally, if I didn't know better, I would start to do some real introspection about whether or not I'm on the right side of things. But the fact that I was literally there, on the ground for the things that they're blatantly lying about, so I just know they're lying because I was fucking there. I can't, because I know that Big Joel is taking the wrong side of this, because the things that the people he's siding with are lying about, I was there for them. I know the details because I witnessed it myself. I was a witness. It's just like, fuck. Are we going to see this just kind of like, are they just going to move on from this? Is this going to lead to like the end of these content creators like just falling off? Or is it going to be like a new group of content creators comes along and replaces them? I don't even know, because this just isn't tenable. You can't be this openly dishonest as a political channel and maintain a career on the left long term. Like, people who value progressivism typically value the truth, and if you're just an open, known liar, and it's this easily provable, it's just not going to last long, you know?
Your only point is related to some personal claim about Luna's land selling seems odd to me. Like, I'm not knowledgeable about Vietnam, and so I can't evaluate the claim that land is free to farmers there. But the evidence you used to show she wasn't being honest, that she is selling some land, just doesn't really work to that end. All things considered, I'm actually at a loss as to what you disagree with Luna about. That Vietnam is a great country with some problems seems like the ground you share in common. And to be honest, this is another case where Big Joel, great content creator, I expect more research from video essayists. So let me go into what those actual claims were. The claim that I was making...
For those that don't know, Keffels knows her shit. She was literally, like, in the Communist Party of Canada for a while. She knew people that, like, fought in revolutions, like, overseas and shit. It's like, she knows her shit about this. Just sit your white ass down and listen.
In the video. Someone had said on Twitter, Vietnam is literally becoming more capitalist every day. And Luna Oi responds to this. Prosperity does not equal capitalism. We are a socialist-oriented market economy. 70% of people are farmers. Land is free to farmers. Capitalists can't own land. And minority work for wages. If you don't believe in our socialism, we don't care. We want a revolution, so we can build it our way. And then a Vietnamese person on Twitter found Luna Oi's Facebook account where she was selling land that was suitable for investment, garden houses, camping area, or homestay. And this is very strange because land is free to farmers, but capitalists can't own land. Selling land is what a capitalist does. This is the point that I was making. But while I was doing the research for this video, I found out that this gets a lot worse. Vietnamese Marxists on Twitter have found Luna Oi's posts. So Luna had said, just a reminder, this evil communist authoritarian government of Vietnam gave me a piece of rice field for free since I was born in rural area. Me with my 500 meters squared rice field. So
she tried to claim that if you're born in a rural area in Vietnam, you automatically get given a 500 meters square foot rice field by the government. And then Vietnamese leftist Twitter found it and were like, what is this bitch saying to Western leftists? The fuck? And started calling out her blatant lies because they're Vietnamese and they know that that's just a lie. Because, like, you would know if your country would give you a free 500 meters squared foot, like, area of land to farm on if you were a rural living born person.
The post, which is translated down here, says, Luna Oi...
What is going on in the United Kingdom, Keffels? Holy shit. Maybe I need to move to the UK.
Says everyone born is provided 500 meters squared farmland. Who has gotten the farmland? Raise your hand. Because it's worth pointing out, Luna Oi is the daughter of a member of the Communist Party of Vietnam. Her family includes members of the ruling party, the one state party that controls the country.
There it is. There it is. Yeah, so the vast majority of those cool, like, awesome things about living in Vietnam you would have heard from American Johnson and Luna Oi's videos are her lifestyle because she is the daughter of a high-ranking member of the Vietnamese Communist Party. And so, yeah, it's just, Yeah, it's just a little cringe. Just a little cringe to get outed like that, you know?
She has special privileges.
Really quickly, I have to pee. I'll be right back, okay? I'm sorry, this is a long video, and my bladder can only be full of so much urine. Zan Piss stream concluded. Remember guys, if you want to support the stream, you always can. There's always ways to do so. Donating, subscribing, gifting a sub, all those good things. I really do appreciate it when you guys do that. But yeah, let's get back into it. You can always edit that out in post, Cherry.
That the average Vietnamese person does not have. I thought it was really strange how Luna Oi called Vietnam's first gay candidate an op. She was saying it was a color revolution in order to overthrow the country because he worked for some think tank that was funded by USAID. And while I don't know the veracity of that claim, I don't know whether or not it's true, here's something I do know about Luna Oi. Here's Luna hanging out with radical nationalists that gas-harassed activists and queer people across the Vietnamese internet. This is publicly posted on their Facebook page.
Ooh.
For the context for this group, Online Combatant Unit is one of many prominent online groups that are pro-Russia, anti-LGBT, party fanatics, and ultra-nationalists. These pages see Russia as basically the USSR and communist ally to fight against the West, the last stronghold of humanity, which is a homophobic reference to Russia's...
So, this unironically all boils down, when you get through all the, the virtue signaling and the id poll and all that, this really does boil down to a schism in the left between tanky adjacent content creators and like people like me and Vosh and Keffels and whatnot that know tankies like bullshit, that know what their game is and will not tolerate them. Hassan is also taken to the Cornbreadtube side of things. We're going to be doing a full takedown on Hassan soon. He platformed FD Signifier recently where he shouted out Soul Bunny and that crowd, so we're going to be doing a full Hassan takedown pretty soon as well. That's going to be pretty pog. I've disliked Hassan for quite a while, so it's pretty nice to finally have like a pretty justifiable reason to you know, make a video about him.
The anti-LGBT stances. They are also intensely anti-LGBT. They think that queer people are asking for too much, that queer people are abnormal, and do not—
Oh yeah, this is also like the biggest I told you so moment ever. How long have I been shit-talking Hassan to you guys' chagrin for him to now be platforming FD Signifier and shouting out Soul Bunny? He also has Vosh and Keffels banned from his chat and has like a massive community of tankies. Like, Hassan is not like a good lefty figure.
Not conform with Vietnamese traditions, and that queer activism is a capitalist plot to overthrow the Communist Party of Vietnam and the Vietnamese society. One of them, Anti-Reactionary Academy, once posted misinformation linking queer people with HIV rates and child grooming, then got called out by the anti-HIV state agency. They then doubled down, attacked said agency, and—
Wait, Hassan is Keffels banned? Yeah, Keffels is banned from Hassan's chat and is like topic banned from Hassan's community, like chat and Reddit and stuff like that. Yeah, as is Vosh. It's why like you'll never see, and there's never been like a Vosh Hassan crossover, even though like unironically there's no reason for that not to happen. Yeah. Also, Dark Viper AU. I think Dark Viper AU's politics are generally pretty good. Does he have bad political takes? Or is Dark Viper AU vindicated? Yeah, I think this is a vindication moment for Dark Viper AU. Absolutely, yeah. No, totally. Because I'm pretty sure Dark Viper AU went after Hassan pretty hard for his, like, and to be fair, Hassan's React content is as shameless as it gets, right? Like, when I do a React video, well, we're like an hour and 21 minutes into the recording, and we're 19 minutes into the video, so that's how my reaction videos go. So yeah, that's yeah. I think Denims is on the VDS side now. Yeah, I think so too. She hasn't spoken to me in like a year. Really weird. Yeah, I think that's probably the case. She is kind of like really in Hassan's orbit, so that wouldn't surprise me.
And posted a Russian flag. So these are the people that Luna
Denims also steals content, so lol. She does do that sometimes, yeah.
Oi associates with. So it's like very strange to me that me calling her out, given her behavior, is met with this. Like, you don't even have to go this far to see some of the weird stuff that she engages in. Here she is celebrating as someone is being deported from the United States.
Bro. Are you serious? Dog. Got deported by Biden after decades of serving the empire, but still spent 8 out of 10 tweets to talk shit about Vietnam, the only country that accepted them back. Are you fucking serious? Like, why would you, like, attack somebody who got deported because they criticized the country? Like, it's literally nothing but, like, nationalistic bootlicking. Like, the Vietnamese government's boot is as far down... Actually, no, because Luna Oi is just a purveyor of it. She is the boot. She's part of the boot. She's probably an op, to be honest. She's part of the boot. She is, like, actively convincing dumb, gullible, mostly young Western teens to fall for this, like, tanky bullshit because they think the only way to solve their, inevitable, like, depression and economic problems is an authoritarian communist regime that's not actually really communist because there's actually still millionaires, there's actually not a lot of welfare systems, there's actually still quite a bit of poverty, people's quality of life is pretty low. Yeah, it's actually not that good, it turns out.
That's fucking weird. You know what? I'm actually happy for the dude who got deported. Just in her own words. I think as a principle, you shouldn't be happy for anyone being deported. If you are on the...
Oh my god. She's trying to do, like... This is full-on nationalism. I'm happy the dude got deported because Vietnam is COVID-free and there'll be no hate crimes against Asians or police brutality. It's like, oh yes, I'm glad this person got deported from their life that they've built in America, their friends, their family, their job, their fucking, like, their associates, the restaurants, their house, their fucking life, their plans, their future, everything. Like, oh yes, I'm glad they got deported because I think they'll have a happier life. Jesus Christ. We really are up against monsters, aren't we? On both sides. Literal demons on the right trying to accuse every trans person of being a pedophile, every, like, black person of being, like, a ticking time bomb of criminality, and we've got people on the left who are basically just trying to smear and lie about content creators who really just want to spend all their time attacking the former. Like, I'd rather be spending all my time attacking these far-right grifters trying to peddle racism for profit, transphobia for profit, homophobia for profit, xenophobia for profit. Like, I wish I could be doing that. But right now, you've got an entire section of extremely influential leftist content creators who have now decided they are going to dedicate themselves to creating a community now founded on slandering and lying about this side of the leftist sphere to try to eliminate our ability to exist and have careers in this platform. Like, they've legitimately decided that they just can't coexist with us anymore. Like, they just can't.
Right side of leftist progressive politics. It's all right-wing stuff. It's all national.
Legit, what's the best way to combat this? Respond to it. Reveal how blatantly abusive and lie-filled it is.
With her. I never talk.
Add a code word about midway into your video, so if somebody just watches, like, the first, like, 2 minutes and doesn't watch the rest and wants to leave a hate comment, they don't leave the code word, and you can instantly, like, ban their comment or let your fans that are in the comment section know that person didn't even watch the video, so they don't even know the actual truth. So actually, you know what the code word's going to be in this one? Pillow. Because of pillow. That's what we're going to do. The code word for this one's going to be pillow. Whatever comment you make, if it's critical, you have to include pillow in the comment. Otherwise, everyone's going to know you didn't even watch the video and you don't have any fucking idea what you're talking about, and you're just perpetuating lies that you might be stupid enough to have fallen for.
Talked about, like, Soul Bunny's the white leftist industrial complex video. And there's a really good video by Shark30 that you should definitely check out. He did a fantastic response to it. But I do think it's kind of funny that after this video, Soul Bunny posts, I made a YouTube video on the pattern of online harassment, and now I'm being harassed intensely by large YouTubers and their fans on Twitter.
Mind you, by the way, like, Keffels, me, Demon Mama, and Shark are all smaller than the YouTubers that Soul Bunny is in league with. in sub count and in like views and whatnot. Like we're all smaller creators than like the people that Soul Bunny is with, like Big Joel, FD Signifier, Foreign Man in the Foreign Land. They're all bigger than me, Keffels, Shark, Demon Mama.
Twitter, Reddit, and YouTube. I must have really said something that forced them to reflect, since they're going after a tiny 4K channel so hard. It's honestly disgusting and so yeah, I just saw Reddit. Sorry. It's honestly disgusting and so shitty to see. I'll try to paint and get out of the house. I wonder where she learned about this behavior from. Does this actually seem familiar? Like when Jessie Gender said, I honestly just feel destroyed right now. It really fucking sucks seeing people just straight.
This is you go from like on the offensive to on the, oh, I'm just such a soft little sensitive little baby. They've been doing this for a long time, but I like how they've now refined it so much that they copy each other now.
Straight up believe lies about you, how the narrative is twisted, all about something they haven't seen, where I'm being more open than I've ever been. I honestly just want to cry. And it's honestly funny coming from her, especially because I was being attacked for opening up about something that was so hard to talk about. I actually was crying, and I was being attacked by her friends in a video that she helped create and promote. I wanted to talk about a stream that not a lot of people actually watched. It was a stream when Soul Bunny and Jessie Gender decided to come together and go.
Here it is, guys. Are you ready for this one?
On to Bad Bunny stream, Kira Chat, as she now goes by, in order to escape her past. So this is just like the highlight reel of all of the moments from the stream.
It's painfully clear to me that this is
Soul Bunny and Bad
like
Bunny.
an open, like it's like antibiotic resistance or like it's let me back up. So I used to be an epidemiologist, so I have a lot of experience like learning about diseases that occur when one takes a lot of antibiotics, or like gastrointestinal issues. For instance, if you take a lot of antibiotics.
The craziest part of this as well is that there are literal DMs leaked of, like, Discord DMs leaked of Bad Bunny, aka Kira Chats, admitting that she is going to pretend to be a lefty and see how much money she can make off of it and how long it'll last. Let me actually see if I can find that particular screenshot. I don't know if Keffels shows it herself later in the video. That's a lot of her saying the F slur. Bunch of her saying the N-word. I'm looking for that one interaction between her and that friend where she says she's going to pretend to be a lefty for a while. That was my favorite screenshot that came out. If anyone has a link to that one, that's the best one. Ooh, that looks like it might be it. Hold on. No. Oh, I gotta show it. It's so good. It's so good. Fuck. When I saw it, it was in a collage of screenshots from her Discord, so it's hard to find. I think her wording was like, I'm going to see how long I last grifting as a communist or something like that. I forget exactly what the wording was, but it was something along those lines. If anyone can find the link, please at me in chat and send the link so I can show it.
Antibiotics, it oftentimes kills all of the good bacteria in your stomach, and that leaves a huge, like, very vulnerable, very like almost like lucrative opportunity for these bad pathogens to come in and grow. And I feel like that's a very similar, not to dehumanize these people too much because they.
She's literally, like, you can literally see Bad Bunny, like trying and fighting to contain her smug smile as she explains what she's doing. Let me get rid of chat for a second so you guys can see. I want you to pay very close attention to Bad Bunny's face as she explains exactly what she is and accuses Debate Bros of being that. Watch this.
I used to be an epidemiologist, so I have a lot of experience like learning about diseases that occur when one takes a lot of antibiotics, or like gastrointestinal issues. For instance, if you take a lot of antibiotics, it oftentimes kills all of the good bacteria in your stomach, and that leaves a huge, like, very vulnerable, very like almost like lucrative opportunity for these bad pathogens to come in and grow. And I feel like that's a very similar, not to dehumanize these people too much because they are human beings, but it feels like the playbook that they're engaging in is one like that, where there's this like gaping playing field of this like white supremacist, patriarchal, capitalist.
What Bad Bunny is doing.
She's literally just self-reporting exactly what she is and what she's doing. And she can't even contain her, like, shit-eating grin as she, like, talks about it. Because she, like, can't stop thinking about how that's, like, she's just so close to the sun right now, you know? And he got the link. Let's go! Let me open a new tab. So this seems to have it. Let me look for it. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so these are a bunch of the screenshots, and this is the one that I was talking about. So this is when she was Bad Bunny. Guys, how funny would it be if I went full lefty for a while just to see where it goes? TBH, it would be better to have the bot do it. I feel like I could keep the act up for at least a month. Go for this is in 2019, by the way, back when she was like first getting big as a lefty figure. Go for it, lol. Anything, it will piss him off. They mean Destiny. Alabrel last stream, Lamau, because this is when she was like talking to Alabrel. This is old 2019 drama. She hates Destiny, so it was meant to trigger him. He actually started crying. She's talking about Alabrel. Some of these people are so fucking autistic. Jesus fucking Christ, it's so hard not to troll him now. So this is her literally like not only talking about how she's gonna pretend to be a lefty and she thinks she can keep it up for at least a month to see how it goes, but her actively shit-talking the lefty figures she was associating with at the time and saying it's so hard to keep up the act and not troll them. And then, of course, you've got, like, all of this that's, like, very much... These go to 2018, 2019, 2017. Some of these are 2020. There's a bunch that are 2020 as well that are more recent, but yeah. She hasn't addressed it either, which means she's worried about her careers. Yeah. No, she's actively been hiding, like, all of this. She's run away from it. She's rebranded. She is very much not willing to own up to it. So yeah. It's pretty cringe. Pretty cringe, if I do say so myself.
Doing right now is using Nazi rhetoric to describe me and to describe all of the leftist live streamers that she doesn't like. This is identical to the rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. This is basically the same thing as when they were calling Jews lice and saying that they would spread disease unless they were purged. It's not good. She's doing it and she's saying, oh, not to dehumanize them too much. However,
this like petri dish, just like, come on. This
is funny.
This is very
here
frustrating.
We go.
Here we go. Like, this is fucking horrible. I had no idea, by the way. Like, I heard something about dumplings, and I was just like, I'm trying really hard not to poke my head into this crap. Like, for a bunch of things, for a bunch of reasons. So I kind of just was like, I'm sure this is a mischaracterization, because it's like it seems like this part of Twitter has this tendency to, when they're like,
so this is them attempting to explain why Keffel's quote tweeting the "Why did a woman write a cookbook about dumplings and noodles" tweet, and Keffel's saying because dumplings and noodles are tasty. They're trying to explain why because dumplings and noodles are tasty is racist. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear the explanation for how it's racist? Because it's the biggest reach you'll have ever heard in your entire life. It is downright embarrassing. BRB going to Walmart? You should put the stream on your phone and listen while you go to Walmart.
Are legitimate grievances. Legitimate, even not even a grievance. Like, this is just like LMAO. I'm pointing out something, right? Point out something that is...
It's kind of crazy how this is too far. Saying noodles are tasty is too far. Comparing a trans woman you don't like to a pathogen, that's on the table. That's fine. The behavior that this entire clique engages in and encourages is incredibly, incredibly abusive.
It's Nazi-esque, isn't it? Describing your, like, the people you don't like that are lefties that you disagree with as like a pathogen that needs to be eradicated. Interesting wording they're using. Interesting, like, overall engagement they're using, being literally indecipherable from Nazis. It's red fascism. It really, really is. It really all just seems to come back to tankies versus not tankies.
It's appropriation, but it's not, you're not even like mad about it. It's like, oh my God, you know, feels just like a, why did this happen? Not worthy of like an entire, like the world is ending kind of reaction. But there's this tendency of this part of Twitter to like, to
My tweet had 300 likes and never got brought up until a year later. They started this whole thing with a quote tweet, bringing this back up when no one cared about it and this discourse was long dead. Thousands upon thousands of people engaged in this discourse when it first happened. And now for whatever reason...
Yeah, it was a year later that it all happened too. Like Keffels it was literally a year-old quote tweet from Keffels too.
I am the only person who has not heard the end of it.
like to take what somebody says and to both like inflate what they're trying to say, but then the response is one that when you try to quote it, it's like, how could that be racist? They just said they like...
Well, it's because when it's time for you to be canceled, they dig through your entire like timeline to find anything, like anything they can use.
Noodles, right? So it's both mischaracterizing the speaker.
You know, actually, maybe Bad Bunny has a point here, because who am I to argue about what is and what isn't racist? Like, considering the sheer amount of times she has said the N-word in discourse. She's obviously an expert on this topic. She has a lot of lived experience.
As being like an overreactor who's like trying like this white genocider or something. But also the reaction is one in which if you were to ever be like, can you look at this? This is an example of racism. It's like, no, it's not. This is a person saying they like noodles. How could you say that that's racist to say that you enjoy noodles? And it's frustrating because then it's this type of like, I don't know the word for it. I'm sure there's like a phrase. It's a dog whistle, but it's not a perfect... Dog whistle isn't like a perfect way to say it because it's not truly like a dog whistle, but it's more of like, I'm not touching you.
What is this even?
I'm not touching you type shit. You know, it's like, I'm not touching you form of racism. Where
it's the I'm not touching you form of racism where they haven't done anything racist, but I actually, trust me, they're racist actually. They meant to be racist when they said that. Like, that's literally how they have to describe it. The I'm not touching you form of racism. Like, you know, like, you know, you and your younger sibling are in the car and your younger sibling's like, I'm not touching you with like their hand like an inch from your face, right? Do you think noodles are tasty? Noodles are so goddamn tasty. I actually ate some Italian spaghetti right before stream.
it's like,
Yeah.
I can't like show this as evidence of anything, but we all fucking know what it is. You know what I mean?
I just had to include that in there because watching her pretend to be outraged about that's really funny. Because you know she's just lying through her teeth. She's trying to imply you're using the right-wing strategy of spreading symbolism through silly memes like the OK sign. Yeah, it's really, really weird.
Do you ever think like when you're editing this, you're like, why am I have to look at this shit? Like,
No, I've thought about quitting 3 times on this video. You know what? I put all this effort to get this narrative. I had interviewed someone. I can't.
It's important to remember this for later on in this stream, that Soul Bunny said that she put a lot of work into getting this narrative, because it will become very clear very soon what exactly she means by that.
We have so much to go, but like I also say like
So this is Bad Bunny, Soul Bunny, and Jesse Gender now in a call together, doing a cope stream together. Like, I need you to understand, this whole clique, they're all pieces of shit. Oh, did you see the new, oh, I feel so vindicated about Lance, too, and the what's it called, Leftist Mafia podcast? Did you see the new Leftist Mafia podcast members? Just some random Twitter woke scold? Nice memes. They went from abuser to Twitter woke scold. Nice upgrade.
I will step out so you can focus. I want Sylvan to focus, but can I add two quick things before we 3 quick things before we wrap out. One is after everything with the say her name discourse. I won't name the creator, but I was talking with a Black Raider behind the scenes, and what that person told me is like, well, what we need to do is create a space that does not rely on these people to exist. Does not rely on like the Voshites and the debate bro.
He was like, we're almost certainly talking about FD Signifier. Probably could have been Foreign Man in a Foreign Land because like he just made a video about Vosh and Keffels and stuff, but probably FD Signifier, who's most likely still very mad and like salty. So like they're literally having little private convos about how they want to eradicate the debate brosphere. Like they're literally trying to commit a secret little war of misinformation to do character assassination on this group of content creators they hate. I'm excited for the Jessie Gender video on me. That's gonna be fucking crazy, dude. When Jessie Gender makes her hit piece on me. Can you guys imagine? That's gonna be wild. And the funny thing is, as well, is I defended her multiple times when I thought that there were people in my sphere of lefty, internet being a little too harsh on her, but obviously I have no more sympathy or charitability to give to her. I still stand by FD Signifier hates you because you ratioed him on Twitter one time because he platformed DJ Mule and couldn't say I'm sorry, Lamel. Yeah, and then of course, like, I remember, who remembers like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now, when I said FD Signifier is a dumb fuck, and my audience went haywire upset at me. Oof.
Sphere to exist. And that's something that like really struck me as being like, yeah, that's what we need to do. And so
it's really strange how Jessie can say, I want to stay at a drama, and then say, we need to create a space where these debate bros don't exist. And the strategy for that end so far has been hit piece after hit piece, slandering
lies.
and lying about people and trying to drag people's reputations through the mud. And this was only 2 months ago. She's already in another hit piece.
Something I did last night, and maybe it was the time I did.
Yeah, Jessie Gender's working on another hit piece. Did you guys know that? She's working on another hit piece video. They're literally just going to be making hit piece videos on Debate Bros from now on. If you're one of the fans of these content creators and you think that they've got any conservative or pro-lefty content coming on the horizon, you're sorely mistaken, because all they're going to be doing is chasing the money that they can make in the short term off of Vosh bad videos, Keffel's bad videos. Some of them will make Xander bad videos too, just like DJ Mule did. The only reason they hate Debate Bros is because they're dog shit at defending their ideas. When they get into a conversation, they do tend to be pretty dog shit at it. Yeah, there's the Noah Samson debate with Vosh is a good example of this. I had a Squid Gang comment on on that video about how Breadtube is dying and the new anti-SJW wave is rising from a couple years ago. Very, very accurate video, by the way. But that was the video that Noah Samson told his fans to brigade. Because he was contending the argument I was making in that video that the right would see a massive cultural resurgence soon. Yeah, so I ended up being totally right, but for some reason these people will still continuously comment on that video, but after debating Vosh, Noah Samson took down that video. Like, he full-on took it down for like a month. Because everybody was talking about how bad it was. Everyone was ratioing it, leaving dislikes, commenting about how like this and that are lies. So he took the video down and privated it for a month. And then a month later put it back up. So it's now public again. Yeah. It might have been 2 months later. He waited for no, it can be fixed. No, he can't. No, like Noah Samson full on took the side of like my ex as well during the shit that I dealt with. So that's a ban. That's a ban. Did that work? Did that ban go through? I think it did. Yeah, I think the ban worked. All right, we should be good.
Yeah, but I think like my next video that's coming out is quite literally about masculinity and how my relationship to masculinity throughout my own life and how and my whiteness, though that won't be in the title of the video. And being about like how these systems of me being white, me being seen as a boy from birth, because I'm not masculine, but I'm seen as a boy from birth, how these raised me to have this anger at the world because I didn't have any identity of my own. And the whole video is going to be how that trauma of that identity.
By the way, she's admitting to clickbait right now. She's like, yeah, it's going to be a hit piece on Vosh, and that'll be part of the video, but most of it's just going to be a completely different topic. So basically what they're saying is they plan to make hit piece videos that are like 25% hit piece video for the thumbnail and the clickbait and like getting people in, and then they're gonna do like their video essay about whatever on top of that. So like now all of their video essays about any given topic are going to be in relation to how bad Debate Bros are. That's unironically the future of like video essayist left-wing content creation now. It's actually crazy that we got Denim's defended Noah Sampson. Yeah, that probably has something to do with why she hasn't talked to me in a year. But no, we were pretty good friends for a while, so that's surprising. But the craziest thing about all of this is that like this well's gonna dry up. Like, how long can you blatantly lie about a couple of content creators before it starts to become like a real issue? For your entire like platform, right? Denim's defended him over what? The whole like defending when he was like joining on with what's her name? Fucking Professor Flowers.
Wait, so the thesis of the video is trans women are male brained. Got it. Thanks.
Being ripped away from you, as a kid, as someone seen as a white boy, destroys your ability to create community because you're constantly just assuming other people are trying to come at you because you're told to come at everyone else, to be in competition with everyone else, and you don't have an ability to see another worldview or perspective. And how I was able to escape that because I'm trans and I'm a woman, and I was able to like find ways to articulate and understand myself, and like given examples in the world of trans women and women just generally, that I could be like, oh
yeah, that's just male socialization discourse.
That's who I am. And I could create and find a community of trans people or Trekkies or things like that, like find that identity. But how a lot of people who are cisgender white men.
Have you noticed that all these like Cornbreadtube, like leftoid types, the woke scolds, they all make their whole thing like they have one personality trait that is their entire brand, right? Like Soul Bunny's whole thing is art. So Soul Bunny is just like all art videos. That's the thing that she uses to look all cutesy and ooh-woo soft, right? For Jessie Gender, it's Star Trek. Like, I'm a nerd girl. I like Star Trek. And it's like, my mom likes Star Trek. You're not that much of a fucking nerd, okay? My mom's favorite character is Captain Janeway, all right? So, like, you're not that much of a nerd, okay? Like, I'm pretty sure my mom could probably beat Jessie Gender in a Star Trek trivia contest. Like, I unironically think my mom could beat Jessie Gender in particularly a Voyager trivia contest. My mom has watched Voyager on repeat every few years since I was as long as I can fucking remember, okay? There's no way she couldn't answer every question correctly. like I don't know. It just feels like they find one thing and then they make it their whole personality online to make themselves seem like an ooh-woo, soft, whatever. Bad Bunny does the whole, like, findom thing with her audience. Yeah, it's one of my mom's very limited and very few number W's.
Get that, and so they constantly recreate these us versus them narratives and constantly isolate themselves through, like, pushing and...
Wait.
Don't get that, and so they constantly recreate these us versus them narratives and constantly isolate themselves through like pushing and controlling and dominating these spaces. And that's what the video is going to be about, and how I understand that so deeply because it's something that I went through. And the video is going to end, and what I did yesterday is I tweeted my next video is going to be about Vosh, and actually that's a bit of a misrepresentation because the reason I tweeted that was because I wanted to see what people's responses to that tweet were, and the tweet's responses were assuming that I was going to be negative or mean to him.
Ah, yes. There's no reason anyone would assume that that your tweet about I'm going to be making a video about Vosh would indicate you're going to be making a hit piece. There's no reason to assume that at all. Dude, we're like, this is just so fucking pathetic, dude. Like, isn't it pathetic when you see their entire game laid out? Like how Keffels has here? This video that Keffels has made is fantastic. She's done a great job of laying their entire clown circus out to display for everyone to see.
Or angry at him. When I just said it was going to be...
That's true. Jessie did nothing wrong. And then 2 months later, she appeared in a hit piece against Vosh.
About him. And when I have actually, in prior videos on my channel, I've never...
Oh, yeah. It is funny. She just admitted to drama farming. She just admitted to doing clickbait for views.
I've never spoken publicly about my feelings about Vosh. I've never said it publicly about him specifically, and I never will at this point, because it's not going to be helpful. But I've actually said in a video like, a lot of what I just said, where it's like, hey, we should be trying to build something. And the video is actually going to be at the end. I'm going to just say,
what they're talking about is Cornbreadtube, this like plan they have to create a bread tube without debate bros and to quote unquote like a pathogen, like exterminate us or sterilize us like a pathogen, which I assume is going to mean like mass reporting our channels and stuff to try to get us falsely banned and like doxing, harassing, spreading like very out of context clips, that kind of thing. That wouldn't surprise me.
Basically
non-stop hit pieces for like every fucking upload.
That it's like, actually I'm not going to talk about Vosh. That's not the point. Point is that the assumption that I was going to be us versus theming him, and that it's
hey, on the bright side though, if FD Signifier doesn't make his next video about how Vosh is bad, he indicated recently on Twitter his next video is going to be about how Attack on Titan is pro-fascism. And if you enjoy it, then you're enjoying fascist propaganda. So you got some really good media takes coming from FD Signifier up ahead. Possibly, like, the fact that is his takeaway, from Attack on Titan should show you the level of, like, yeah, no, these people just can't critically think, can they? No wonder they are opposed to the side of this political space that is typically on the right side of things. Didn't the video already come out? Maybe it did.
Constantly placed in these things, and then I get attacked and pushed out, and my humanity demonetized because just for tweeting that tweet, I've had people denying that I'm transgender. I've had people like using ableist slurs against.
I've had people tell me to kill myself because I tweeted that noodles are tasty. I'm really sick.
She's had a lot of people. I've like seen the comments she gets because like I'll use Keffels' replies. Back when I had Twitter, I would use Keffels' replies as a block list. Like I had an add-on that let me block a person with just one click. Like there was a button next to the like button that would just instantly block a person, just with a simple click. And so I would just go into Keffels' replies, and every vitriolic, like disgusting reply, I just hit block because they might be attacking Keffels now, but they're gonna attack all of us. They hate all of us. So it's just a nice block list. That's what I use Baron's chat for, and wow, good. That's actually pretty useful.
Constantly claiming that they are the special victim, that this isn't an issue across the entire content creation sphere. Like Vosh doesn't constantly get death threats because this is just an issue with the entire space.
Me, I've had people calling me sick just for tweeting that, and that's like whatever. That's what I expected to it.
Me, Vosh, Keffels, and I feel like I could probably safely say Demon Mama. But I know for a fact me, Vosh, and Keffels all get more death threats and like general like harassment and attacks from woke scolds than we do conservatives. The only time that's not the case, for me at least, is whenever I go up against lolicons, because a lot of them are Nazis, so they're technically right-wing. So whenever they're like dogpiling me, that's when I'm getting more shit from conservatives. But like outside of that, usually it's lefties giving me the most shit.
I would agree. And it's like this dehumanization just pushes me away from this thing. And it's like, you know what? That's fine. I'm going to show you that mirror for a minute. And then I'm just going to say, if you want to be in this project of building something better that comes after this, it's not about who wins, because they constantly see as like who's winning the left culture to war, like who's winning this, who's winning this thing. It's like it's not about who's winning. It's not about winning. It's about
That's true. That's so true, Jesse. I can't believe it. I can't believe Karl Marx would be such a cringe debate bro when he said that we have a world to win. Because it's not about winning, guys. It's not. It's about making video essays. It's about Patreon. This is basically just admitting that this isn't about leftism to her. It's just content. And I wish that she would just be forthcoming with that. Because you can just make content to entertain people. You don't have to be an activist. You don't have to have the premise that your content is activism. So for her to say that and try and do that is then disingenuous.
What we're building next. Mm-hmm. So what we build what comes after, when we tear down this gendered and patriarchal and white supremacist system. When we tear that down.
Xanderhall, I got told to kill myself in YouTube comments by what I suspect is a Jai orbiter. These people are very stable. Yeah, I love that Keffels is the one leftist to have read Marx. She really is, isn't she? Technically, I have too. I've listened to it, like through an audiobook. I wish these people would just become rightoids and stop pretending to be leftists to grift. It'd be a lot easier to criticize them if they'd just be honest, but rightoids are also liars too, so yeah. Oh, welcome back, Capillo.
What do we build next?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm sleepy.
It cannot be the same systems of hierarchy just with different groups on top.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be something that sees us all in community with each other.
Well,
If people aren't here for that project, then I cannot be in community with them.
Yeah.
And I'll pay whatever cost that is, but I can't be.
God, that is manipulative. Because, you know, she doesn't actually act like that. That's just what she's saying. Is she can't handle any criticism. And if you want to actually be in community with people, you need to be able to own up to when you do wrong. I want to touch a bit on Noodlegate, because that's been the topic of the week. People have been constantly bringing up that I tweeted about noodles, and they're trying to make it into this crazy thing. But something that I find particularly interesting is Rosalind Tallison. She is the woman who started this entire thing by harassing Pippa Middlehurst, a cookbook author, into deleting her Twitter account. And it's funny because Rosalind says that she was the victim of—
Yeah, so the woman who wrote the cookbook got harassed so much she deleted her entire Twitter. And then the person who started the harassment campaign against the cookbook maker, Rosalind, then took the victim position and claimed that she was the one getting harassed.
Of a 4chan harassment campaign. But she can't even, like, keep that narrative straight.
For all of this, like, streamer drama on my end, not drama, but, you know, harassment campaign. Streamer drama on my end, not drama, but, you know, harassment campaign.
She had to correct herself because she knows that this is drama. As I showed in an earlier stream, the people on 4chan were harassing Pippa Middlehurst because they thought she was Jewish. There were 2 different threads about her, and in between those threads there are 73 replies. That is not a harassment campaign. You got harassed by 4chan, sure, many people have. However, a campaign is something that is organized, and that wasn't organized. And another thing that's interesting about Rosalind's appearance in this video is that the Noodlegate drama is being framed as an issue of cultural appropriation. However, this isn't actually even true. This is something that Rosalind tacked on after the fact. She rewrote the narrative in order to make this something bigger than it actually was. For instance, August 16th, 2021, Rosalind quote tweets the original tweet and says, "All this rage over this incredibly lukewarm shitpost." So she meant nothing by this.
Pippa Middlehurst, the author, had a big thread about systemic racism and why she got the opportunity to publish where other authors of color didn't. But that was all wiped away over the course of the drama, and when she deleted her account. Yeah, they don't care if, like, any of the advocacy that the people they hate are doing is, you know, stopped if they take us down. They don't care. I think it's been pretty clear from the start that none of these figures actually care about the well-being and the success of progressive values. Hell, most of them are against voting.
Made up this entire narrative. She made up that this was about cultural appropriation. She made up that there was a 4chan harassment campaign. It cannot be both a shitpost and a serious conversation about cultural appropriation. This entire thing has been made up from the very beginning. The funniest thing to come out of all of this, though, was this. Rosalind tweeting out, "This is about," quoting me, "This is about fucking noodles." And this was me responding to getting a death threat, by the way. "Maybe don't tweet about noodles then. I don't know what to tell you." And Dreaded Jai retweets it. Like, this is...
We already talked about Jai.
So here's something else.
AKA
Rosalind
Kunta
claims
J.
to have been the victim of a harassment campaign. She's never been swatted before. And in fact, the only time that Rosalind has ever even tweeted about swatting was September 4th, like one day less than a month after I was swatted, in order to say, "I want to be clear here. I did not look at Clara getting swatted by Kiwi Farms and think, this is a great time to talk about noodles, lol. The only reason I said anything was because cis plus black trans women were using my experience to highlight why her making the tumor comment was gross."
Yeah, so for those that don't know, Keffels had quote tweeted Rosalind a year before. Rosalind held on to the grudge over it, because the noodles are tasty tweet for a year. And then when Keffels got swatted and that was like big in the news, that's when Rosalind tweeted that and said, "Listen, I know we really want to support Keffels and all of this, but you should know, she's a racist."
The tumor comment that I made was about Dreaded Jai mocking me for being the victim of a hate campaign, like a hate crime. I was a victim of a hate crime. Neo-Nazis impersonated me in order to get me swatted, and I saw that and I called Jai a tumor. I think that's pretty reasonable, especially considering that Jai has also said that I'm a groomer. And it's like, Not only that, but Rosalind also thinks it's fine to mock people who are the victims of hate crimes. So, like, here's what Rosalind had to say about the fact that I actually went forward with taking legal action against the London Police Services. So she said, well, this will definitely be interesting to see play out, and then posted the fact that I was seeking $75,000 in damages for injury to my dignity, feelings, and self-respect, plus an additional $50,000 for loss of income and other special damages incurred as a result of the swatting.
Remember, they attack her most when she's in a tough spot in her life. The swatting, the rehab stuff. The goal is to try to get the people they hate to kill themselves. It's why they celebrated Eden Knight's death. They pack-watched Eden Knight. Because they want to see the lefties they don't like and they don't agree with, that don't believe in, like, Marxism, Leninism, or whatever the fuck. They want to see us dead. Just like back in the old days, when tankies would turn on anarchists during revolutions and gun them down. That is also what people do to us when we were in our own dramas. That's when every essayist comes out of the woods to kick us while we are down. That is true. Yeah, DJ Mule is a good example of that. Yeah. The goal is to try to, like, emotionally harm you enough that you'll either leave the internet or kill yourself. Ideally, kill yourself. It's why, like, we saw Jai celebrating Eden's death.
It left out the fact that the biggest thing that I am trying to seek from this is that the police get body cams, because that could genuinely save the lives of so many people in my hometown, and especially people of color. And I think it's just, like, sadistic. So someone said, it repeats the gun in her face thing, and Rosalind is just laughing at the fact that I had a gun pointed at me, a loaded assault rifle, because of the neo-Nazis that impersonated me, because of being the victim of a legitimate harassment campaign that resulted in me getting post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, if they could have had it their way, then Keffels wouldn't have survived the swatting. DGGers are better than these people? Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, no, I'd say DGGers generally probably are better people than the vast majority of, like, the Cornbreadtube sphere.
So, one in chat if you know Merrick. Because I want to talk about something that people have not addressed yet. And it was how fucking heinous Soul Bunny was towards Merrick. So, the white leftist industrial complex was inspired, in Soul Bunny's own words, this was inspired by FD Signifier.
Look bad. And it's like, I don't care. Like...
What inspired this segment was me watching FD's video that had a segment on online figures cancellation. See Merrick go into depth about why she was previously cancelled while completely leaving out the biggest one.
So I'm going to show you what was actually said about Merrick in this.
She played up the white tears and expected me to delete my first video. At this time, I was a nobody with only 500 subs. What does it mean when black people get attacked and dogpiled for correcting white people's advocacy for us? Can you see how that can hinder a lot of work when we're stuck discussing one-on-ones with self-appointed allies?
This is why I get so upset, by the way, when I see, like, friends of mine end up getting, like, fooled into taking part in these videos. Like, Merrick didn't know that, like, her clip, her interview with FD Signifier would be going into, like, a dishonest, like, lie-filled hit piece video. And, like, she wanted to believe that, like, FD Signifier was, like, a good person who was acting honestly and all that. And so she was very charitable, but to a fault. Because now, you know, these same people that she was trying to, you know, maintain a level of decorum with are now taking advantage of that and using it as an opportunity to attack her even harder.
Okay. So this is a lie. This is 100% fabricated, and this is the narrative that Rosalind had made up. So let me explain. We have to go back and talk about Soul Bunny's original video on her channel. Why white leftists and debate bros are our biggest hindrance.
Pre-George Floyd that now have platforms educating leftists on systematic racism. STL's girlfriend recently went on TikTok to defend Bosch's mishandling of conversational Nazi lies and Black American crime.
And the other is the FBI crime statistics surrounding rates of Black American crime versus their percentage of the American population. I don't think that a lot of people who attack Bosch are...
So notice how she cuts, and the rest of the TikTok where Merrick is trying...
We have to pretend like that's not a clip of Merrick explaining why the statistic that Nazis throw around is misrepresented by racists. We gotta pretend like it's her perpetuating some racist lie. Because remember, these people are so bad at defending their ideas, they aren't even willing to accept that the 1350 stat, which is sort of an average across the country, isn't, like, they deny that has any bearing in reality. They don't care to argue about the, like, systemic factors that go into why certain communities that are predominantly black have more crime. The over-policing, the racism in the justice system, the school-to-prison pipeline, the fact that redlining has segregated black people into very, very low-income neighborhoods due to the fact that going back as recently as the 60s, they couldn't take out loans to buy houses from banks. There's a massive wealth gap that is, like, maintained for generations at this point. Like, they don't want to get into that. That's hard. Researching that, talking about it, getting into like deep discussions about it and how these relate to that statistic that Nazis throw around and weaponize with misinformation, that's harder than just saying, yeah, see this lefty YouTuber? They perpetuated that Nazi statistic. You should give me money on my Patreon. It's like, how dishonest can you get?
And to explain why racist white Americans uphold that statistic even though it's fabricated. It's completely cut out of it because she's trying intentionally to smear her. Merrick even talked about this. January 18th, 2022. People on TikTok are calling me racist for debunking the conservative narrative around 1350, for acknowledging it. This is a gift to conservatives. The FBI crime stats is an exceedingly common talking point among conservatives who never mention over-policing, hundreds of years of slavery and oppression, systemic racism, for-profit prison system, inability...
They'll never allow any of their followers to see the follow-up where she explains why the statistic is skewed and why Nazis who recite it are wrong, because it needs to look like Merrick is racist. They're just liars, and they'll never allow their audiences to see the truth if they can help it. And if you're one of these people's fans and you've stuck it out and watched this far into the video, you're probably horrified at the realization your faves are lying, abusive pieces of shit. But, like, most people are not going to watch the video. They're going to leave a hate comment, and they're going to move on.
To create generational wealth, it's important to push back on this. This is like more people who are cutting it out of context in order to mock her when she was talking about a really serious issue. This, of course, led to a Twitter feud between Merrick and Soul Bunny.
I remember Merrick venting about how thousands of people saw her get clip chimped and she couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, like when you get clip chimped by somebody and it goes viral and it's like you don't have as huge of a platform, you feel powerless because it's like someone's literally clipped you out of context to make you say something that you didn't say. Like when you literally said the opposite even, and people that you know if they heard what you actually said would completely agree with you are only being exposed to this like very cut down version. They did the same thing to Vosh, by the way. You know that clip, the clips of Vosh where it's like the clips where it's like the compilation of him saying things that are like cancel worthy, particularly to lefties. That was put together by a Nazi named I Hypocrite shortly after he lost a debate to Vosh. And you see woke scolds spreading it around to this day. They're of course all out of context and like very blatantly dishonest clips if you actually know what happened, but like that doesn't matter. Most people aren't going to look into it beyond that. Nazis created a narrative because they knew that lefty figures existing and destroying their positions is a threat to their hegemony online, and these people weaponized it. One of the most common clips of Vosh they use was also from Ethan Ralph. Yeah. What they use the Ethan Ralph clip, the I Hypocrite. Yeah, it's always conservatives shortly after getting destroyed by Vosh in a debate, like clip chimping him and then woke scold spreading it around. That's how it goes.
This is Soul Bunny's alt account, and she's responding right now to a comment that Merrick had left on TikTok. Someone said, "Get back to work, stop making boring TikToks where you accept racist statistics." And Merrick said, "Oh my God, you're actually doing it. You're getting mad at me for explaining racist statistics and the racism that caused them. Holy shit."
Get back to work and stop making boring TikToks where you accept racist statistics. So it's literally like, remember that one debate, the one that, the one, I forget who was debating him. It might have been, it was either Demon Mama or Vosh. It was non-compete. No, it was Vosh, yeah. And he literally couldn't accept that there was a, like, statistical, like, anomaly, or not anomaly, but, like, a statistical, I'm trying to find the word, a statistical skew in favor of Jewish people in Weimar Germany for like jobs such as banking and whatnot. which is an argument Nazis use as like a starting point for their like anti-Semitism, but it is in itself a true statistic. But they couldn't like, yeah, in Berlin, thank you. But they couldn't like accept that. Like they just couldn't like accept that statistic was true, even though you have to accept it to argue against the Nazis' point. So they just argue against reality because Nazis include a little bit of reality in their premise. Like, this is literally the level of political engagement we're dealing with here. On the left. Like, these are the people that came out of Breadtube. There were Jewish people in VDS subreddits trying to collect people who got this wrong and they got banned even though they... Or correct people who got this wrong and they got banned even though they weren't fans of Vosh. There were Jewish people in VDS subreddits trying to... Oh, yeah. Yeah. There were people that were, like, desperately trying to get, like, VDSers to be like, no, listen, I understand you hate Vosh, but, like, I'm Jewish, and, like, trust me, like, this is important to recognize in order to sufficiently fight against anti-Semitism, and they'd be like, nope, banned. Yeah.
So, Soul Bunny says about this, if you're going to try to rewrite your flawed approach, then please don't leave evidence up. You got checked for this 3-minute video on TikTok, and you're pressed, sending your fans to my YouTube due to you being clipped, when I simply was saying the 1350 has no validity, which is what...
I was simply saying the 1350 has no validity. Get back to work and stop making boring TikToks where you accept racist statistics. That explains why she commented that on her alt. Dog.
Merrick was arguing. You cannot push back against bigoted arguments if you don't understand them. You can't push back against transphobia if you don't understand the arguments the transphobes make.
They don't plan to push back against these things. They plan to push back against us.
You can't push back against anti-Semitism unless you know the arguments anti-Semites make. The same applies for anti-Black racism. So Merrick continues on here. You really posted me even laying out the stats claimed by conservatives and Nazis are racist here. I am explicitly saying that, and that's your proof I supposedly believe them. 1350 is the name of the meme, which I explained is a narrative that isn't true, and you chose not to show it. The entire point is I'm saying small kernels of truth get twisted into big lies by bigots. 1350 isn't real. That's the big lie. Black people being overrepresented in crime stats is real, and over-policing is a way to explain a lot of that. If this is a misunderstanding, then that's fine, but I thought I made it clear. When I said these are narratives that people spin, that they aren't reality, but ugly twistings of them. I'm happy to discuss this with you, but as it stands right now,
Merrick, you have too much faith that these people aren't literal demons in human skin.
Now it seems you're malicious. Soul Bunny responds to this, me addressing your approach that very much did come off as you arguing it as it had some validity, hence all the comments that corrected you on how it's based on arrests and not convictions. You talked about us not having effective communication, but you communicated this bad. Nothing was mean-spirited or done maliciously. Black and Indigenous people of color simply read your approach as agreeing with the statistic by simplifying it as a racist outcome. I now can see that you very badly communicated your argument against it. Just a black trans girl shutting down misinformation. Merrick responds again. Okay, I can accept that. How do we fix this? On my end, I can take my TikTok down and make a video addressing how I could frame it better. She's actually asking for constructive criticism.
God, Merrick, why? Why are you like this, Merrick? You can't give in to these people. They're fucking demons. You can't give in to these people. They just want to hurt you. Everything they say and do should give you no other impression than this person wants to hurt me and I should not trust them. Please. Merrick is very nice, but, like, to a fault sometimes.
We can discuss in DMs from here. Yours are closed, but yeah, I think mine are open. Sent to DM. So, this is the end of, like, this conversation. And I actually, there's no way to actually see. No, I'm just joking. I have all the leaked DMs. We're about to go over them.
Oh, shit.
Merrick gave me all the DMs. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so this is the first DM. So Soul Bunny says to Merrick, I'm more than happy to discuss it because I'm not really into the name calling and harassment I'm getting for us both having a misunderstanding. So Merrick responds, can you send me screenshots of some of that? I'd like to cross-check names for people in my Discord and stream community. Yeah, I was pretty upset because at the time this happened, someone posted it here on Twitter. completely reframed it, said I agreed with every part of 1350, and it got 100,000 views, and I was harassed for weeks. So I'm pretty sensitive about this in particular too. All the corrections started rolling in after that. Before that happened, it seemed like everyone got what I was saying. One of the big reasons I got defensive and didn't just take it down at the time. But I think there's value, and I have time and emotional space between then and now, in correcting your old bad / potentially bad take, so I don't mind addressing it on my stream. I will, of course, also address this being a misunderstanding and you being willing to talk with / delete my tweets. So, Soul Bunny responds to this. That would be my one condition to talk, because it's definitely clear that I and others misread your arguments. We'll definitely have disagreements, but I want it to stay respectful and both speak with good faith. So, Soul Bunny here is admitting that she misunderstood the arguments that Merrick was making, but then in her newest video repeated the lie that she was making arguments in favor of 13.
Because they're liars. They're just trying to destroy the people they hate's careers.
50. I'm trusting you that you're not going to try to turn this into Twitch politics drama. I have no interest in being the next another misrepresented target by that space. No, and this is Merrick again. I wasn't talking about dragging you on stream. That doesn't need to be content. I'm saying I'll watch my video and then go over why it was perceived that way and a better, more fleshed out way to address these things. It was clear what information we were trying to convey to people. This doesn't need to be drama. It can just be me doing a correction. Unless you want to come on stream, in which that case, yeah, sure. Soul Bunny responds, yeah, I have no interest in drama or anyone raising their voice. I feel it's fair for me to come on stream and discuss our—
No one raised their voice. God, you gotta keep up the ooh-woo soft look, I guess.
stances within my video and speaking on how to better communicate 1350 fallacy. So it's a 100% yes to the stream if you delete the tweet thread. Rather be pushed on what I say in stream that the tweet thread framing given our misunderstanding.
Delete the tweet thread where you call me out for lying about you and I'll come onto your stream to get clout from your following.
So this is the end of that. There's no more DMs. I'm just joking. It goes on Discord. So September 26th, Merrick said, so my house burned down yesterday. Just found out. I don't live there, but my husband does still, and some of my stuff was there. So I have to sort this out and deal with lawyers and insurance company. I tweeted about it so you can see photos. I'm gonna have my hands full. I'll probably just cover my TikTok on stream at some point and talk about how I should have clarified. Jesus. I hope you will take your video down, but obviously, I can't demand you do that. I do think it's the right thing for you to do, but at this point, I have much more pressing issues to worry about than being misrepresented online. I'm sure you can understand this takes precedence. Soul Bunny responds, that's actually so terrible to hear. Merrick replies, yeah, it's a lot. I'll obviously also mention that we had a misunderstanding and you were just concerned when I do cover it, but it might be a few days. Soul Bunny said, I won't delete my video, but I can pin a comment about our misunderstanding as far as the 1350 goes. And you know why that's important? Because she said she would pin the comment about the misunderstanding. And if you go back to the original video, the pinned is by Professor Flowers. This is a beautiful picture and thank you for making a video on this.
It's just a pit of fucking demons, dude.
What a fucking liar. So Merrick said she appreciated that. And Soul Bunny said, and to be
dude.
Clear, are you still expecting me to attend the stream? Is that still part of the agreement? And Merrick said, I'm not really sure yet. Can we address this in a few days? I'm sorry. Soul Bunny said, definitely. Handle your business. And Merrick ends the conversation. Okay, so I've handled everything I need to. Now it's just on other people. The stream never happened. And the comment never got pinned. Merrick is too nice. These people are liars. They will eat you alive. And they will continuously weaponize their identity in order to slander you because they know it's effective against misguided liberals. These people always end up eating their own. You can't build a community on purity testing. Going back to noodles for a minute. I want to follow up with the Kaylin Conrad drama.
I like this comment here. Jessie is terrified of them, of her audience. Yep. I think at this point, those that are like, that were kind of holding out and making good content for a while, I think a lot of them have kind of become afraid of their audience and realized they need to toe this line.
So I had to use an archive because Kaylin locked their account. Kaylin tweeted out, I'm being asked to apologize and atone for the actions of someone I've never even had a conversation with, and I don't even have a silver play button yet? Back it up, you silly goose. And you're gonna have to wait a bit because this isn't the order of things. By the way, this is completely unrelated. Why would you make this point with an upskirt shot of Sailor Moon, who is 14 in the series? Fucking weird.
Yeah,
Kaylin said,
weird.
None of my friends ever mocked a suicide attempt. And that's not true. Kaylin is friends with Soul Bunny. Soul Bunny mocked a suicide attempt. Soul Bunny not only mocked a suicide attempt, but tried to spread misinformation about a mental health crisis for clout. So I said to Kaylin with my alt, you are a disingenuous little snake, and your audience will figure that out sooner or later. And Kaylin responds to me by saying, you can't get a rise out of me this way. I've dealt with abusive people who act like this before, and I'm not going to sink to the level you want to drag me down to. Call me all the names and spread all the lies you want. It is only indicative of your character, not mine. So it's interesting to me. Like, why would Kaylin be acting like this? What did I do to piss off Kaylin Conrad so badly? And then you see this, where Rosalind is cheering on Kaylin, and guess what? They've been friends for 15 years. Kaylin took part in Noodlegate when it went down initially. Taking part in harassing a woman who made a cookbook about dumplings and noodles into deleting her account over what Rosalind admitted was a shitpost. These people are liars. They are incredibly manipulative. When Jessie Gender was locked on Twitter, she went to Blue Sky and skeeted this. I started talking about trans issues because I knew I could do good videos and it was important to me. And I'm glad it helps. And I like the work and I'm proud of the videos, but I hate what it brings. Endless abuse, harassment, drama, discourse. I don't know. I just worry this will be all I'll ever be.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
Could just make Star Trek videos. She keeps doing drama hit piece videos and then does the fucking Pika Wow emoji, emote whenever this happens. Like, oh wow, people don't like it when I spread lies about them. Who would have guessed? I wanted to point out another one of her lies because after Soul Bunny and I got into this confrontation, Soul Bunny tweeted out, I said my piece on the YouTube trans Canadian streamer. They're getting out of hand with their abusive tactics and lies, so I'm setting a boundary. Please don't bring her up to me. I'm just going to make videos and stream to counteract them trying to stunt my growth. And by the way, here's her social blade. She actually gained like 200, 300 followers as a result of this. She will not stop. She is a drama content creator. And
yeah, I mean, she's not going to grow unless she's doing drama content. So she has to play the victim while doing it, because that helps to sort of drum up the attention. I am setting a boundary. Never talk about me ever. If you tweet anything about me, you're breaking my boundary and you are abusive. True.
She is lying through her teeth. So this pissed me off the most. And this is like the last engagement I had with Soul Bunny through all of this bullshit. Soul Bunny said, I was close to quitting creating content altogether after yesterday's harassment campaign. Thankfully, my closest creator friends and Cornbreadtube reassured me that they got my back and will support me. I appreciate those that stand their values to support Black trans people, period. She is not the
Cornbreadtube. I still can't get over it that they've like built themselves their little circle. We definitely do need to make like the collage, right? Because it's gotten so complicated at this point, I can't even remember who's cringe and who's based. Like, we gotta build, like, the collage of based, cringe, and, like, iffy content creators in the left, and, like, create the chart. You know, like, Jessie Gender fell off, Contra fell off. Yeah, we like, Not Just Bikes. Okay, who else? Keffels is good. FD Signifier is cringe. Noah Sampson is cringe. Hassan is cringe. Like, we could just go down the list, right? Yeah, Mr. Beard is cringe. I was friends with Mr. Beard for a while. Not Just Bikes did a collab with Foreign Land. I don't think Not Just Bikes agrees with that video. Not Just Bikes is generally pretty based. Follows me, follows Vosh. I think it's probably coincidence. Dang it, Zan, now I'm craving chili with a nice portion of cornbread and some sweet cornbread too. That does actually kind of sound good, and I'm not that much of a cornbread guy.
Victim of a harassment campaign. I am not...
Actually, I will say, if it's like really light, fluffy cornbread, it actually tastes pretty damn good.
Trying to counteract her growth. And this entire situation frustrated me so much that I want to actually highlight what being the victim of a harassment campaign looks like. So this is an actual phone call that I received, and my mother received this same call, and my brother. And after we got this call, we found out all of us were doxxed, and everyone in my family started getting harassed. They started getting text messages, they started getting emails, they started getting stuff to their house.
Press 4. Saved message 1:31 p.m. Your line there is this dude been calling you here to let you know that you've been doxxed. How do you think this happened? Well, you see, your personal information got posted all over the internet, and I'm just letting you know that someone special has it up for you. Don't worry, nothing bad is gonna happen. Just a friendly reminder.
Soul Bunny has not had to deal with anything even remotely like that. Soul Bunny has never had to get arrested at gunpoint because of neo-Nazis impersonating them and sending threats to city council.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what the degens we deal with on the internet are like. Like, they'll send that to your, like, family and dox your entire family. And then swat your family, too, to try to get them killed. And you killed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the risk you take every single day as a content creator, on top of the possibility that YouTube just axes your channel on accident and doesn't fix it.
Soul Bunny has never had to deal with being so scared for your life that you decide to flee the continent, only to get immediately doxxed and have someone who claims to be from a designated terrorist organization show up outside of where you're staying with a note calling you transphobic slurs and saying that you need to leave the community. That is what being the target of a harassment campaign actually looks like. It's not mean words on Twitter. Because a harassment campaign actually has to be a campaign.
This stupid bitch, this whore Keffels, you really think you can do that? You really think you can just walk away from those noodle tweets and go to rehab? You think this is something that you can just walk away from?
Very true. Okay, so basically, this entire spear, we're just gonna call them Cornbreadtube now, I guess. Like, they've given themselves a label. Like, that's been the big thing for a while now, is it's kind of been hard to define this group of the left, but now that they're giving themselves this label of Cornbreadtube, it's so much easier to just know, like, okay. So we know, like, where the schism is. Like, the line is no longer a little blurry. It's much more defined, much more visible. You can actually see it. Yeah, this will cause them to tear themselves apart from the inside. No community built on this much, like, purity testing and, like, infighting can actually get anywhere in the long term. It might blow up with a lot of viral videos because there's a very prevalent anti-fan community for debate bros on both the right and the left. But in the long term, not likely. Very, very unlikely. Think about it like this. What happens when there's literally nothing else to misrepresent? Because, like, every time they make one of these videos, I get better at becoming less clippable. So what happens when they can't clip anything anymore and they just don't have any new material? Are they just going to keep making the same video over and over again with the same clips and the same points? Like, Vosh has still not been deleted off of YouTube, so we're going to make video number 43 where I show every bit of drama he's ever done in hopes that everybody will unsub from him and YouTube will ban him. Is that the future we're going to see from the video essayist sphere? Yeah, it's wild. Well, we'll see how this works out for them. Lying, I'm sure, will end up working out for them in the long term. I'm very sure it'll make them look good and very credible. That was a good segment. I feel like that came out pretty damn good. I want to cover the Demon Mama debate with Soul Bunny, but I'm really tired today, and this is my first stream back after a pretty long break, so I'm kind of like a little bit out of it. But I have one more segment I want to do before I wrap up stream, okay? Let me get some stuff open really quick. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I should have included this. The Soul Bunny tweet. Yeah. Fuck. FD Signifier went on Hassan's stream and uplifted me. Other trans creators like Cat Black, Jesse Gender, and Cornbreadtube as a whole. I enjoy knowing that when he makes a trans issues video, he'll bring on trans creators. Genuine trans comrade behavior that we appreciate so much. After the Jesse Singal shit, God, they are really, like, just willing to dick ride anyone who toes the line. So yeah, Hassan is on the side of Cornbreadtube. Hassan is definitively the enemy. He won't bring on Keffels, though? Yeah, no, Keffels is banned from Hassan's community, both as as a topic as well. Like, he won't react to Keffels' content or cover anything involving her. Like, he didn't offer support during the Drop Kiwi Farm stuff very much. And, yeah, like Hassan basically avoids lefty content creators. He only engages with the big clouded up normie YouTubers and streamers. Like, all of his friends are, like, in the big-time clout sphere, because that's where he can, like, get the most normies in his audience, and his content is very casually political. It's it's kind of slacktivism, but to Hassan's credit, he has raised a lot of money for charity. But yeah, pretty cringe state of things. He interacts with Twitter posters way more. Yeah. Looking it up, Cornbreadtube seems like it's supposed to be majority black leftists. Yeah, it's like majority black leftists and a few white people that are like white guilt enough. But it's not mostly black leftists, it's mostly racist black leftists that are like adjacent to the tanky or Hotep sphere. So yeah. So they're literally basing, like, Cornbreadtube is unironically based on race. Like, it's unironically like a reference to like being black. That's actually fucking wild, dude. I wonder how well that's going to take off on the internet these days. I'm sure this is going to work out well culturally. Oh my god. They actually either don't care or genuinely don't know how you make progressivism even remotely palatable. Hell, even my LeadTube idea is centered around, like, being more pro-gun and making more content around guns, something that is an extremely popular thing in America and would get tons of people into progressive politics if they found out you can be a lefty and like guns. You see, but LeadTube actually sounds like a sick name. It does, yeah. Hassan is pro-gun too. Yeah, Hassan's a tanky. Tankies do tend to be pro-gun, like, conceptually, but Hassan's also... Has Hassan shot a gun before? Is there much footage of him shooting? Hassan Piker shoots gun. Okay, it seems like he went shooting, like, a year ago with QT Cinderella. Hey, guys. Let me see. I want to see how Hassan handles it. Wait, does he not shoot in this video? Wait, does he not?
That's a gun.
Wait, I don't think he shoots in this video. What? Does he? Is he just putting up targets? Did he just go there and watch? Hassan just went there and watched. As, like, QT Cinderella and all these, like, streamer e-girls shot guns. Okay, so he's, like, pro-gun conceptually like most tankies are, but has probably never shot one in his life. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That fits. That tracks with Hassan's character development as far as I've seen. Almost 700 viewers and less than 500 likes. What the fuck? Very good point, Cherry. How do I have almost 700 viewers and less than 500 likes? That is some crazy dissonance. You guys should consider hitting that like button. Remember, everyone does count. Because clearly too many of you guys are thinking your single like doesn't. If you make a gun vid, I'll need to use headphones. Well, yeah, obviously, but also I need to get, like, a proper mic for it that can handle the noise. And also, I bought these two pairs of like headphones. They're like hearing protection. I think they're called like Wallers or Walkers or something like that. They're like $70 each. They were I had to spend a bit on them, but when it comes to protecting your hearing when shooting guns, you don't cheap out on that. And they have like They're literally the Tarkov headphones. Any of you who play Escape from Tarkov know what I'm talking about. They're literally the headphones from Escape from Tarkov. The headphones from Escape from Tarkov are real, and that's what I use when I go to the range. So I can shoot a gun and hear my friend talking to me from behind me at the same time. The sound of the gunshot is like lowered to the volume of like a movie gunshot, and I hear my friend talking to me behind me louder. And when your friend also has one, you can have a conversation at the range while people are rapid firing and just letting loose and completely hear each other just fine. It's so handy. Ask GunTubers what mics they use for recording. I probably wouldn't get a response. Also, I don't know how I'd contact them because I don't have Twitter anymore. Not having Twitter basically eliminates the ability to collab with people you don't already know. That's the big downside of losing Twitter, is that like there's really no new content creators I can collab with without like you guys actively like pushing for it to happen. So like now that I don't have Twitter, for me to be able to collab or debate or do anything with anyone, you guys have to set that up. Yeah, I've sent probably 100 appeals to Twitter. They're just blank appeals. I sent a few saying I got like canceled for my right-wing opinions or whatever, but none of them worked. They actually rate limited me permanently. I can't see any Twitter posts that aren't linked to me now. So I'm pretty sure I was specifically banned, and there is like a specific thing for me not to get unbanned, especially when you consider that saying Xanderhall yourself will instantly get you banned on Twitter. So I'm pretty sure, like, the mod team knows who I am and actively chose to ban me and keep me banned. That's crazy, though. Yeah, I mean, like, Twitter has a pretty blatant right-wing bias now. They recently made it so that cisgender is a banned word now. Fucking crazy. Anyway, let's bring up the last topic I'm going to be covering today. Chowder, I need nicotine. All right. Chowder. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, I have returned. I can finally stream and upload again. So for those of you guys who were commenting on my most recent video about where did Zan go, where is Zan gone, is he okay, is he okay? Well, I got banned from uploading or streaming to YouTube for a week, falsely of course, with another back-to-back strike for hate speech on a video where I'm actually debunking hate speech. Thankfully, though, the strikes have now been lifted. I no longer have any penalties on my channel because every strike I've literally ever gotten on my channel ever was like repealed by or appealed by YouTube eventually, and they admitted it was a mistake and I didn't really break the rules. But I have been striked falsely, which has hit my channel quite hard, close to, I'd say, 10 times in the last 4 years. Like, in the last 4 years, I've gotten nearly 10 false strikes. Usually at a rate of about 3 to 4 a year. At least 2 most years. There's not been a single year in my YouTube career so far where I have not gotten a false strike. The Nazis really hate you. I don't even know if it was from false reporting. I think it might have just been random YouTube scans on my channel catching me arguing against hate speech and then deciding to punish me for it. Regardless, though, a few weeks ago, back on July 9th, actually, to lay it out, on July 9th, I got... Or sorry, not July 9th. Sorry, I fucked it up. On June 22nd, I received a warning strike on my channel. I lost my warning, which I had recently gotten back after a previous false strike that had been on my channel since 2019. I immediately, like a month later, got a new strike on June 22nd on a video called Zan Takes on the Nazi Debate Horde on Omegle. For policy, hate speech, they rejected my appeal within minutes, despite the video being like 30 minutes long. That's very much to be expected. No real humans check your video. And then on July 9th, I woke up to a real strike. Strike 1 out of 3 till my channel gets deleted. On my video, The Worst Game Review of All Time, which is literally just me reacting to a Boblax video, making fun of Nazis who hated Tears of the Kingdom. So, I don't even know. For hate speech, and my appeal was rejected within a few minutes as well. So, I have Cherry take to Twitter and post this tweet. Hey at Team YouTube, this is Xander Hall tweeting through my content manager. My channel was falsely striked twice for hate speech in 9 days. These strikes are false and today's is even more egregious as it's on a gaming video and the appeal was rejected in 5 minutes. Please fix this. So we send out that tweet. We managed to get like a lot of likes on it, but there are also a lot of Nazis and lolicons like really celebrating and stuff like that, like pack watching. Yeah, here we got a good example. We got this guy with the swastikas in his name, pack watching here. Oh, they're a lolicon too. Yeah, lolicon 100%. So yeah. Like, there was definitely a lot of lolicons and Nazis that were, like, pack watching my channel and stuff, but the story continues. If I go back a little bit, Cherry included a link to my channel, and then YouTube responded to Cherry. For us to take a closer look, mind sharing the video URL of the one you have appealed but got rejected. Also, when you've submitted an appeal, the next best step is to wait for the decision until you hear back from our policy team via email. So literal robot response, by the way, because we include the appeal rejected literally right here. So I don't know why they'd include wait for the appeal. Like, that is how piss poor they review it. They didn't even see the second image shows appeal rejected. They say wait for the appeal's decision. And it's like, it got rejected, dumb fuck. Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but like, seriously. Come on. I know it's a robot, not a person, but come on. Cherry replies, thanks for replying at Team YouTube. Sadly, I already appealed both of those videos and they were immediately falsely rejected. Here are the links. I hope this helps. Team YouTube replies, update. After a thorough review of our policy team, or from our policy team, unfortunately, your videos won't be reinstated. We understand this isn't the outcome you were hoping for. This is always what they respond with. This is a robot response. You were hoping for, but please review our policy on hate speech to avoid this in the future. Then 3 days later, I have to endure this ban, taking hits to my channel's performance. I've lost a ton of money from this ban in these strikes. They finally follow up after 3 days saying, following up, this was a mistake during the review process and your vids are back up. The strike will be removed from your channel too. We're so sorry this happened and appreciate your patience while we work to fix it. Do you see how fucking broken this system is? I'm in favor of TOS, an application of TOS, but it needs to actually be accurate, and there needs to be an actual appeals process that doesn't require literally 2 false negatives on your appeal before you get the actual human to look at it and be like, okay, this is obviously not breaking the rules. Literally 2 auto-rejected appeals before I was able to get a human to look at it and realize it was very obviously not breaking the rules. And meanwhile, these literal Nazis are getting by with no strikes and no, like, worries to their channel. Hell, recently, Geeks and Gamers got remonetized after hundreds of videos harassing Brie Larson for being a feminist. The Jimquisition is collecting evidence for a future lawsuit if you want to send this over to them. Really? Wait, hold on. Really? Is there a video about that? I would love to react to it on stream if Stephanie Sterling, I think it is? Stephanie, right? I haven't watched Jimquisition in a long time. Like, yeah, I would love to watch that video. Jim Stephanie Sterling. Oh yeah, non-binary, right? Non-binary, but pretty femme-presenting, generally. Yeah, I mean, like, Jimquisition has been one of those channels that, like, has had consistently good takes in the gaming sphere and has been focusing on the real issues, while the rest of, like, the gaming media sphere was constantly laser-focused on how things are going woke or SJWs are going to ruin gaming. And you had Jimquisition talking about how loot boxes and, like, all, like, things such as, like, paid DLC to finish the game that should have been one whole game. Things like that are a big problem. I think she just goes by Stephanie now, seems to refer it at any rate. Okay. Thank you for the info. I appreciate that. Does anyone have a link to that? That sounds like an interesting thing to do. That would be a really good thing to sue Google for. No, nothing comes up. Yeah, there's no video about it from what I can tell. This one? Oh. Wait. Did the person that got striked that she's talking about in this get striked for the same thing that I covered that got me striked? This might have been an organized strike, like, false reporting campaign against anyone who defended Tears of the Kingdom against this criticism. Interesting. We're going to find out. Here, really quickly, I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'm going to go pee really fast, and we're going to watch this video because this is very, very interesting. Like, my interest is piqued, guys. Zan pulling a Hassan yet again. I'm actually not pulling a Hassan because I didn't show the chair. Alright. Everyone, let's check this out. This seems like it's quite related to the shit that I dealt with. YouTube censored Michelangelo because of Zelda fan outrage.
Hello there.
This is an interesting intro.
See you, James Stephanie Sterling, or should I say chaste Stephanie Sterling today, for we do not want to, let's say, transgress any obscenity policies that YouTube may have enacted, because, well, their rules are ever shifting, and I found out this past week that even if you obey them, you can still be punished as if you had disobeyed them. That is why I'm taking no chances. Not only am I demure and modest in my hempen sheets, we've managed to make sure that the lobster is similarly virginal. Ain't no one being naughty today. Last week's video was doing big numbers, by my standards anyway. One of the fastest viewed videos on the channel in...
So, okay, my video that got striked was also about the Zelda drama. What is going on with YouTube in this Zelda game? What happened?
Years. At the time of writing this script, it is now currently the least viewed episode of this series in history. What made the difference between this video's success and its abject failure? Why, who else could it have been but YouTube? Once again demonstrating its outright hostility to the very content creators on its platform while aiding and abetting the fraud, harassment and abuse that its own policies and selective enforcement of them allow. Even for someone like me who is truly experienced in the myriad ways YouTube is a demoralizing, miserable, just plain sad thing to work with, what they did last week has left me in utter disbelief. Like, seriously.
Yeah, there's gonna be an adpocalypse. The fact that, like, this is getting covered by bigger YouTubers and it's becoming more and more impossible to deny. Right now, YouTube is actively punishing lefty content creators for covering the hate speech they platform that on their platform that is against their own TOS. This is not going to turn out well for YouTube.
You're not gonna believe what they did if you haven't heard about it already. So do join me as we look at that time Zelda fans got really mad at me, and it led to YouTube censoring the creation of Adam. And we're gonna do this in the most family-friendly, PG, inoffensive, cleanest way possible, because that's the conceit. Heckins. I won't even say cut. I honestly...
For those curious, by the way, YouTube has, like, outright assassinated content creators off their platform that just spoke negatively of the company. Mumpky Jones is probably the best example of this. He was basically just, like, extremely critical of YouTube, got multiple false strikes, tried to get it fixed, they kept rejecting him, he started to get angrier, and YouTube just outright deleted his channel out of nowhere because I think he called Susan something real mean, yeah, he just got deleted. No recourse, no email about why. They just straight up deleted his channel with no warning, no reason, no email, nothing. Just destroyed his career.
Didn't expect to still be talking about my extremely well-written, salient, and accurate...
Mumpky Jones is pretty chuddy, don't get me wrong, but, like, back then, with that situation, that example, that was a very blatant, like, YouTube just didn't like him and decided to just say, no, we don't have any rules that you've necessarily broken, but we're just going to get you off the platform.
Review of the legendary Zelda Kingdom Hearts, but then again, I didn't expect this all to end with YouTube age restricting my rebuttal to the frothing fanboy anger it inspired for literally the most ridiculous reason possible, so there you go. Since I'm ensuring the unimpeachability of this video by giving YouTube absolutely no vulgarity, obscenity, or inappropriate content, I cannot describe Zelda's extreme fanboys as accurately as I'd like, but we'll make do. So, the feculent poltroons who have made The Legend of Zelda their identity, a bunch of jobby-an-owls and ninny-hammers possessed of such mental frailty, they cannot brook the existence of a conflicting opinion regarding their new favourite children's computer game, haven't stopped being mad at me, and in all honesty, I've not exactly returned their anger with grace and politeness because, you know, They're dunderwhelps. They've choked up my social media with endless harassment, false accusations, and bigotry since I dared to say Tears of the Kingdom was good instead of perfect. They can go and splump themselves, bunch of splumpkin frigate heads. Last week, I published my video rebuttal to the rabid fanbaby outcry, which served as a means of dissecting a classic non-argument such Grindelmunt has always...
So what I'm guessing is that these, like, hardcore right-wing Zelda fans started mass reporting Stephanie Sterling's videos until she got a strike on the one about Zelda, and this has happened to multiple content creators, and I got caught in it too with my video about the outrage about the new Zelda game. That is fucking wild. I had no idea this happened, and I got totally caught in this.
Trot out when they desperately want to discredit a review that doesn't agree with them. You didn't finish the game. It's a video I'm particularly proud of, one of the most extensive editing jobs I've ever done, featuring, to my mind, some of my sharpest writing and a number of excellent gags on a subject both interesting to discuss and enjoyable to poke fun at. I put some real love into showing my contempt, creating a video that I believe ranks among my very best. It's also, unfortunately, a video that roughly 30% of you couldn't access for most of this past week because within an hour or so of its publication, YouTube slapped an age restriction on it. An age restriction that made no sense whatsoever. Now, the last time I had a video suspiciously age-gated for no reason, it was one that ruffled Nintendo fans' feathers, and they seemingly responded to that video by mass reporting it as inappropriate until YouTube's jingle-fummeried bots enacted the restriction automatically with no human oversight.
So it's literally talking about Zelda and Tears of the Kingdom in any what of a critical way, or defending the quote-unquote gay parts of it will get you... That's wild. What the fuck? Because they'll mass report you, and YouTube's, like, it's very easy to weaponize YouTube's report system against small creators.
Doing this to a video because it's saying something you don't like about your favourite multi-billion-dollar corporation is, well, pathetic. It's hurtlingly pathetic. It's cowardly, it's slimy, it's infantile, it's downright as Gruber-trinistic. It also just seems to be a calling card of Nintendo fanboys, and they are mostly boys. This is, after all, the same bunch of buttersnikes who DDoS'd my website when I gave Breath of the Wild a 7 out of 10. The resort of the outraged Nintendo fan, it would seem, is censorship. It's the ultimate resort of vindicculous outraged gamer bros in general to try and silence critics and stamp out dissent. A delicious hypocrisy from a group...
Well, yeah, it's because they are the same as any other person on the right. They're outing the game. When they say the left wants to censor them, what they mean is they want to censor all dissenting opinions about the media they cover.
Who often claim to hate censorship, but weirdly only apply their stated principles when it comes to defending stuff like hate speech. Whoever's to blame, though. The result was the same thanks to the one that's ultimately at fault. It was YouTube that went along with mob rule that aided...
My favorite, too, is whenever Cherry posted the request for YouTube to fix the false strike, a bunch of conservatives were replying to Cherry's tweet saying, this is what you get for being in favor of censorship. And it's like, every false strike I've ever gotten was by YouTube admitted to be false. I didn't break the rules. I'm in favor of the rules. Like, the problem here isn't that there's rules, it's that they're not applied well, equally, or, like, consistently. And then I'll get my strike revoked. Like, I'll get my strikes removed, and I'll be back to, like, YouTube will admit it was a mistake. And those people just dissolve away until the next time I get a false strike to say, this is what you get. You wanted this. You fought for this. And then I get the strike removed again. They just dissolve away.
And abetted the harassment of one of its content creators, and who took a video that was doing quite well and cut its feet out from under it. Now, in a fair world that makes sense, age-gating a video shouldn't strangle it so badly it effectively dies on the vine. Is that too violent to say for this video? Are we alright? Well, grapes die on the vine, didn't they? It's not like violence. But this is a world in which YouTube exists,
will take any reason.
so that world of fairness and sensibility remains a fantasy. Age-restricting a video doesn't just hide it from kids, but from anyone not logged in, who don't have YouTube accounts, and who view in restricted mode.
You also can't watch any age-restricted video in Discord watch together. You have no idea how much of a pain in the ass this is when I'm trying to watch funny videos with my friends and a video's age-restricted, and there's just nothing you can do to watch it together in Discord. You have to, like, screen share it and all get into, like, a different thing, or you have to, like, open watch together a different website to do it together. Like, it's such a pain in the ass, and it's all YouTube's fault. They refuse to work with Discord to get the API set up so that you can essentially, like, log in to YouTube through your account through Discord and have it like function. Like YouTube just refuses.
It turns out that's quite a lot of people. A number of my viewers, for example, understandably don't want a company as incompetent as Google to have their personal details, so haven't signed up and simply watch the videos without doing so. Despite the fact there's a YouTube Kids site specifically designed for children, and despite the fact that uploaders are required to state for the record that their non-child friendly videos aren't made for children,
the reason they're doing this is because they're desperate to, like, eke out every single penny they can from advertisement views. Ad space is getting less and less and less valuable. It's getting just less, it's just becoming more and more worthless. And so YouTube and Google and whatnot are just trying, all these websites really are trying to squeeze every last penny they can get out of a single ad. And that's not a thing on the content creators side. That's how much YouTube and Google can negotiate with these companies for ads to be worth for the creators. YouTube takes a cut of what creators make, but like how much total is spent on ads on the platform is negotiated between a company and Google.
YouTube still has the power and willingness to restrict anything it arbitrarily...
Actually, realistically, it's negotiated between a company and a organization that works with advertising, and then that organization works with Google.
Seems inappropriate, and when it does so, it has a direct and devastating impact on the video that gets restricted. Meanwhile, I saw a video made for kids in which one of those My Little Pony characters was like necking vodka. Like, we can't let the kids watch YouTube unsupervised.
Well, because these are big channels, like the Cocomelon, like, kid videos that are full of weird, like, sex shit and whatnot. Like, those videos are heavily monetized and have massive amounts of views and subs, so YouTube's extremely unlikely to penalize them. Like really unlikely. Elsagate was a big thing. I think another Elsagate is very much on the horizon. Like, YouTube just allows this shit to fester. Colleen Ballinger, the Miranda Sings lady, monetized and copyrighted her apology song and has now claimed all of the videos that were covering her apology and is now monetizing it, and YouTube has not banned her. Like, YouTube has allowed Onision to exist in this platform scot-free for a decade plus. Like, YouTube does not care if even predators are allowed to exist in the platform. You have to really raise hell to get YouTube to actually take action against these people.
Stuff that actually makes it to children is disturbing, to say the least. And my stuff isn't even for kids. Before the age restriction, YouTube notified me that my video was getting a lot more views than usual. After that age restriction, however, its momentum stopped to such an extreme degree that, like I said earlier, it's looking like it'll be among the least viewed Jimquisition episodes in the show's near 10-year YouTube run. YouTube is very, very rewarding to work with, and not at all a stressful, hateful experience that I'd want anybody to stay the spliff away from. After YouTube restricted...
Seriously, guys. It's fucking rough out here. Your support is very much appreciated.
...the video, I did the natural thing and appealed it. Like with copyright claims, you get one appeal, and if it's rejected, you're done. It is, again like copyright claims, a system that severely disadvantages the content creator, as the ones making the claims and allegations have final say in response to the single attempt a creator can make to protect their video from spurious, dubious, and sometimes outright fraudulent decisions. Historically, I've had pretty decent luck getting an age restriction reversed, only one time having to rely on an old YouTube contact to do some digging and get one lifted on a video I made about a homophobic game, because while homophobia, transphobia, racism, and anti-Semitism are apparently allowed on YouTube, to such a degree it often gets promoted by the algorithm, daring to criticize any of it can land you in trouble.
And that's what happened to me. Criticizing any kind of bigotry on this platform as a lefty figure is a massive risk. It is a massive risk you take every day that your channel will be completely shut down because YouTube will decide you're the one doing hate speech.
Neat. Anyway.
You know what the best part is? When YouTube strikes me for hate speech, do you know what message they put on the video that they take down and put the strike on? Like, for example, the video where it's me debating the Nazis on Omegle. They say, learn more about how to fight against hate speech in your country. That's the message they end off with you when they give you a strike for hate speech. So, like, literally right now, lefty content creators are getting hate speech strikes and being told to learn how to fight hate speech in their country for fighting hate speech. That is unironically how YouTube is currently functioning. Yeah, YouTube is currently doing the zero tolerance bully policy, essentially, like in schools. For those that aren't American and don't know, in American schools, there's a zero tolerance bullying policy, which means that if you fight back against a bully who physically assaults you, you are in just as much trouble as the bully, if you defend yourself physically in any way. So this oftentimes tends to result, commonly, somehow, in the bully getting off scot-free and the person defending themselves getting in trouble. This was very, very common in a lot of American schools. It's like a literal meme. But yeah, it was a big thing. It's why my mom specifically told me if I had to defend myself against a bully, go ham, she'll deal with the rest. If the police come to the school and they want me to talk to them, just say I want my mom, I'm not saying anything, and don't say anything. That's what my mom told me when I was a kid. If I get bullied physically and I have to defend myself by getting into a fight and I get taken to the principal's office, just wait for her to show up and she'll deal with it. If they bring the police, ask for my mom and wait for her to deal with it. This is when I was 10 or whatever, 8 years old or 10 years old. But yeah. I mean, the American school system's way of handling it is so fucked up that if you're a good parent, you will be ready to legally defend your child if they defend themselves against physical assault in school, because the school will penalize your kid and tell you a lie. Like the school will straight up lie to you as the parent about what happened. So yeah, it's pretty fucked.
Way, despite my video containing nothing more objectionable than any other video I've made, in fact not being anywhere near the most vulgar ones in the series, YouTube rejected the appeal. Despite claiming to have carefully reviewed my 29-minute video, it rejected the appeal within 17 minutes, which does not sound to me like a careful review undertaken.
Xander Hall in high school, I was almost sent to juvenile hall for fighting. That's jail for minors in America, for fighting back against a bully. Only reason that didn't happen is because the bully and their parents didn't press charges. Yeah, even in America, I'm pretty sure, legally, you gotta get, hit pretty hard a couple times before you can legally fight back. And I've even seen cases where guys have gotten in trouble legally for hitting a woman back after she, attacked him on video. So, that... You do have to be careful legally when it comes to whether or not you can lay your hands on a person who's already laying their hands on you. It might not be as legally black and white as you think.
Taken by human eyes. Of course, human oversight on YouTube is thin on the ground, so it's highly likely the only processing the video had up to this point was automated. In any case, there was no further recourse via YouTube's system, so I did the only thing you can ever do in these situations. I went on Twitter and whined about it. This turned out to, fittingly, be a more effective system of appeal than YouTube's own system of appeal, as, following a deluge of questions and indignation from my audience, the Team YouTube...
That's how it always goes. You have to have a big following on Twitter. That's the only way to guarantee your safety as a YouTuber. Having a big following on Twitter is the only way to guarantee your safety as a YouTuber. It's the only way. This is not a unique experience. This is every YouTuber's experience. You have to every appeal will be rejected automatically within minutes of your sending it, well in less time than your video is long. Literally impossible for a human to review your video. You have to contact Team YouTube on Twitter. They will oftentimes not do anything and then eventually do something. They have bots that run Team YouTube's account as well, but eventually a human gets to it. It's weird.
Twitter account chimed in to ask for a link to the video because they couldn't be bothered to scroll up a bit, with the promise that they'd look into it for me. I told them
because it's a bot. They ask for it because it's literally a bot, and the bot is programmed to specifically scan certain tweets. So you say you have a problem. The bot responds, "Thanks for reaching out. Could you share the URL so we can see what's going on?" Because they can't scan the URL from that tweet, because that's just, the bot's just meant to register this person has a problem. Now it asks for a link to the URL. Then the bot checks the link to the URL, rejects it, and then a human eventually gets to it, maybe.
I'd love to know what it is my video did that was so wrong. They said this might take a few days because, as we know, YouTube videos totally do okay with a few days of algorithmic abandonment.
Oh yeah.
Don't they?
YouTube channels love going a few days with algorithm abandonment. Let's see how this strike did my channel. It hit my channel hard, chat. Yeah. That's not great. Oh, wait, I can't... Damn it. Yeah, it's down in the gray, because I haven't been able to stream for nearly 5 days. It's not good. It hit my channel hard. I'm gonna be getting back on that horse right away, but... Yeah, YouTube just sometimes just kills all of your momentum and says, fuck you. And then admits that they were wrong, but then... Like, they don't really give you... Like, it'd be nice if YouTube gave you, like, a little, like, welcome back boost when they, like, repealed a strike that they admitted was wrong, but no.
It's well known to be a site where the first few days of publication totally don't matter. I'm being sarcastic if you couldn't tell. A day or so passed. The video remained restricted, its views having stuttered to a near halt. Eventually, Team YouTube came back with an answer so canned it could have passed for baked beans. Unfortunately, our policy team confirmed that...
Yep. They rejected it automatically because it's a bot.
The age restriction won't be lifted.
Yeah, my strikes got removed, Saliva.
We understand this wasn't the outcome you were hoping for, but you can learn about our age restriction policies to avoid this in the future. LMK, if you have any other cues. You'll note that nowhere in that response did they actually do the thing I asked of them and tell me what specifically my video did that was so wrong. Linking to a policies page I'd already been linked to that doesn't tell me a frungling thing. Anyway, they did say LMK if you have any other cues, so I LTK. What did the video do to get it? Why won't you tell me what the video did to get it? What did my other videos not do? What's the point of having a policy page when it doesn't help? Why is YouTube so arbitrary and inconsistent about its policies? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
I didn't expect a single answer, but it felt good to vent, you know. What happened next surprised me. After a day of just shaking my head at the utter nonsense of it all, YouTube winded up for a pitch that I truly could not believe. One that would blow all previous silliness out of the water with an absurdity I could not have predicted. I got an email from Charlie.
They didn't even email me. YouTube didn't even email me to let me know the strikes were removed. They just did the Twitter reply.
And YouTube's community outreach team. I don't know if Charlie is an actual human or just another bot wearing the flayed skin of one, but in any case, they reached out, days after the age restriction, to finally tell me what my video did wrong.
Charlie says...
We have determined that your video, you didn't finish the game. The Gymquisition was appropriately age-restricted as it contains nudity or other adult themes that are unacceptable for some audiences, specifically EG at 419. I empathise that this is not the outcome you were looking for, but the specialist review team has confirmed this decision. Do you know what the nudity, adult themes, or otherwise unsuitable content was at 419?
Hey chat, do you want to see how much YouTube cares about their nudity and sexual content policy? Go on YouTube right now, open a new tab, and look up naked yoga. Just that, just naked yoga, and click enter. Do it. YouTube's not done shit about this problem for literal years now. Yep. I got a video of a guy spreading his ass in my YouTube recommended. Yep. That is how not applying their actual rules to anybody who's actually breaking them YouTube is right now. Like, it is actually, like, broken right now. No way I'm searching that term. I'm just saying, if you want to look it up and see that it's real, you can. All it takes is a simple search and you can see how bad the problem is. I am not making it up.
You want to know what other obscenity got my video restricted? Well, I sort of said it earlier, but let's pretend we're revealing it grandly. It was...
that painting, oh my god.
Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam. Yes, the fresco painting so lewd, so sexy, so downright sinful, that it's adorned the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel for centuries. A painting of such cultural, historical and religious significance it can be found almost anywhere. A masterpiece you can see not only in school textbooks, but in dozens of unrestricted flippin' YouTube videos. That was deemed in this one highly specific case to be inappropriate. To call it a reach is to understate how desperate YouTube's justification is. Stretch Armstrong couldn't get his arms that far. Now, the weird latexy stuff would, like, snap and the strange powder would...
I wonder if the only reason they fixed it for me is because I made a big hubbub about how they're defending racism.
Come out. Now, yes, technically, Adam's got his Cumberbatch out, but we kind of already all decided as a culture, outside of truly regressive places, that Cumberbatches are fine in classical artwork. Yeah. To the point where nudies can be found in Animal Crossing, as well as, again, plenty of other unrestricted YouTube videos. It's been theorized by some that YouTube specifying it was the creation of Adam was a case of YouTube trying to justify its algorithm's decisions after the fact. And people have had fun imagining the sheer relief felt by the review team when they felt they actually had some concrete nudity to pinpoint. Personally, I neither know nor care how they arrived at their decisions. I was so baffled by it, I went from being angry and sad about what YouTube had done to outright laughing my bass off. I mean, YouTube had just handed me a massive W here, deciding my next Gymquisition episode for me on the spot and giving me something utterly delicious to share with my lawyer and the growing folder of evidence I have that YouTube's treatment of myself and other creators is woefully unfair and unprofessional. What YouTube had done was literally emulate...
Okay, how do I get in contact with, how do I get in contact with Stephanie Sterling? I will absolutely send all the info I have. Every email, every screenshot I've got, every Twitter response. I will absolutely give whatever evidence I can contribute to a lawsuit against YouTube for this. YouTube needs to get sued out the fucking ass for this.
That episode of The Simpsons where Michelangelo's David was deemed obscene and censored. They just did it. They just became Helen Lovejoy. What a bunch of yummy King Goldars. Naturally, I had more questions, so I asked them. May you please provide me a detailed description of the nudity found at 419? I would like to be absolutely clear on the scale of nudity being restricted. Please be as descriptive as possible. Can you tell me what the image at 419 is? I'd love to get an idea of YouTube's application of cultural understanding. Please can you tell me the name of the source image, its artist, and where the piece is physically located? Will you be restricting every video that contains the image seen at 419? Even a cursory glance reveals a multitude of unrestricted videos.
Well, what Stephanie Sterling's forgetting right now is that those videos made more money for YouTube than theirs did. Those channels have more subs and get more views. That's literally all that matters. The more subs and views you have, the less likely you are to get falsely striked by YouTube. They know. I know. I'm doing a bit too. I'm allowed to do bits as well.
Containing the image. If not, why not?
Trust me, I know they know.
Obviously, I've been updating my lawyer on this latest restriction of my work, as I have in all previous instances. Can I please have an express confirmation that you did indeed restrict my video at 419 after an unbiased review, and that mass reporting personal feelings of individual YouTube/Google staff members, or otherwise any other abuse of your policies, played no role in the final outcome? Can you confirm that any similar classical artwork is considered inappropriate, unsuitable nudity, or describe, again in detail, what it is and is not allowed to be shown, what is and is not allowed to be shown in said artwork? I'd retake that, but it's very hot in the hem. Can you confirm the extent of nudity that makes a difference between an age restriction and the outright removal of a video? For example, if I'm going to get restricted anyway, should I just enjoy the free pass and get my assets out? That should be all I need at this time, Charlie. It took a day before they caved. Yes, they caved. Despite multiple insistences they were in the right, it took just a few awkward questions, and maybe the implication of legal action, for them to reverse their policy. I'm not going to do the Dalek voice again, it hurts my throat. Hi Steph, thanks for your response, and I am sorry about the confusion. I wanted to acknowledge your...
Because they have to acknowledge in the end it was all bullshit from the start. They send you through this whole fucking rigmarole that just destroys your fucking channel for days at a time, because they're long response times, just for bots to keep telling you after days of waiting that they checked and they're 100% sure it's not, it's 100% correct strike. Then you got to go through another bot that tells you they're 100% sure it was a correct strike, and then you got to get through another bot that tells you they're 100% sure it's a correct strike, and then you got to wait 3 days, and then a human replies and says, sorry about that, actually, yeah, no, it was false.
Questions around our policies, and specifically Michelangelo's painting of the creation of Adam, but actually have an update for you. Upon further review, we have now removed the age restriction on this video. Occasionally, a video identified by our team is mistakenly actioned. When this is brought to our attention, we review the content and take appropriate action, including restoring videos or channels.
You should use the term "my lawyer" in your next false strike appeal. I should. That would be a good idea if I just said, like, I will be speaking to my lawyer about the lost revenue from this malicious, false application of your platform's moderation algorithm. Something like this. Something like that. I feel like that would be really good. That'll get the bots scared and they'll just drop the strike. Maybe that's the key.
Channels that had been removed, or, like in this case, removing the age restriction on your video. Specifically, we may allow nudity when the primary purpose is educational, documentary, scientific.
Yeah, have Cherry tag Legal Eagle and say, my attorney at Legal Eagle will be having a word with you. And just hope Legal Eagle plays it cool.
Or artistic, etc., and isn't gratuitous. I am sorry for your experience with this back and forth. Yeah, it's at this point I became convinced that maybe a human was talking, due to the slight attempt at flexing by name-checking the painting and painter. Despite that, most of that email is very obviously boilerplate and answers none of the questions I had. But would you look at that? Rather than answer a single one of my questions, rather than actually communicate with a content creator about the policies that affect them, YouTube would rather reverse course on a decision it had confirmed, reconfirmed, and stood by as immutable. Remember, at every step of this story, YouTube had claimed my video was carefully reviewed, that people had looked at the video and confirmed it deserved an age restriction. Then it just what? It just shrugs and leaves it at that? After what? Lying? I mean, how can I take it other than a lie? Either YouTube lied when it said it confirmed multiple times that my video was inappropriate and deserved an age restriction, or it's lying now by saying my video is appropriate and they simply lifted the restriction to get me off their back. Neither of those situations are really acceptable, are they? Am I supposed to believe that YouTube's so-called specialist review team is so inept they don't know their own policies and need multiple reviews alongside intense pressure from a creator, their fans, and their lawyer to get them to understand said policies? Even by YouTube's standards, I struggle to believe that level of sheer gratuitous ineptitude. I do not believe that what happened here was an honest mistake. I don't know if maybe my video hurt the fifis of some Zelda fans in YouTube's policy department, if YouTube just went along with the mob rule because it seemed the easiest decision at the time, if they were just going to extreme lengths to pretend the platform is governed by human beings rather than bots that can't understand context.
I think it's literally just bots that can't understand context and they're just lying and trying to pretend like humans are doing it. I think there's a very small group of humans with a very big backlog. And they're supplementing, like, keeping people happy in the meantime with bots. It's very blatantly dishonest. They tell you the whole way you're having humans review it, but the entire time up until the very, 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 very last check, if you really raise hell, it's all bots.
or what? But they confirmed at multiple stages that this wasn't a mistake, that they carefully reviewed it, that multiple departments got involved to verify and re-verify the decision to restrict my video. Then, as soon as someone asks the right kind of uncomfortable questions, they suddenly back down, with no challenge, no explanation, no answer to a single thing asked the past 5 days? I'm supposed to take what happened.
So it's really either like lefty content creators are being like actively like disproportionately punished for like just for no reason, not breaking TOS, and it's like just like a very blatant like holy shit, this has to be changed, or YouTube's current moderation system has pretty much like a guaranteed way of getting out. Like, if you just bitch enough, no matter who you are and whether or not you did, like, really did or didn't break the rules, YouTube will just eventually, the bots will just relent and let you have your strike removed. If you just raise enough hell on Twitter. Because Geeks and Gamers got remonetized recently, and he breaks TOS a lot. So it's like, it might just be that YouTube has decided they're only pretend enforcing TOS now. And you can realistically get out of it no matter who you are and what rules you break. That could be the case.
And here is a win. I got YouTube to cave, to backtrack on a decision it not only made, but actively stood by multiple times. I demonstrated how, once put on the spot and asked to justify itself and its policies, YouTube would rather back down than rise to the smallest challenge. But ultimately, no. I'm not happy about this.
No,
YouTube's final communication is that I was punished for doing nothing wrong, that my video was stopped dead in its tracks for doing nothing wrong.
I took like a 30% hit to my channel's views and every other stat for doing nothing wrong by YouTube's own admission. And it's been that way every year, multiple times a year since 2019. I have not had a single year in my entire channel, like YouTubing career, where I have not gotten at least one false strike. Most years I get 2 or more.
That once again, harassment and attempts to silence critics via
usually around Christmas and my birthday,
YouTube's easily abusable systems has dealt harm to a content creator with no recompense offered, and not even an apology. Note how YouTube's email only apologized for the confusion and my experience with the back and forth, and not for the so-called mistake of attacking my video in the first place. I didn't even get a real sorry. That's not a win. That's YouTube.
Cats be like that.
What do you mean it's itchy? You're the one with a carapace. Is it a carapace?
I think so.
The same thing, isn't it? Anyway, I actually do have an interesting epilogue. You see, when they lifted the restriction, I knew they wouldn't say yes to the idea of like front paging the video or doing some sort of promotion, but I felt entitled to ask, because I am. At the time of filming, and this is the very last thing we're doing,
this is interesting.
at the last minute even, I just got an email back from Charlie, and I mean, he said no, obviously, but did offer a phone call to basically let me discuss my frustrations and what I discussed as a pattern of mistreatment and the facilitating of abuse directed at my platform. So, I guess, I mean, look, there is no way that is going to end in anything productive, but maybe I'll take that call. Maybe I'll have a chat with Charlie. In the meantime, thank the good Lord above for me.
This is a good video. I'm going to be linking that hardcore down below in the description and the pinned comments, so please go support that video because it is very important to boost that kind of stuff. Yeah, YouTube's just fundamentally broken with its application of TOS right now. Even if you do end up getting it fixed in the end, you're going to have to suffer through days of your channel taking like a massive hit to every stat. Hell, my last stream, I had over 1,000 viewers. I maxed out today at 700. That's how much of a hit that just getting a false strike for 5 days will do to a smaller channel. And I've been receiving these a couple times a year my entire YouTube career. It's kept me from growing significant. Like, the only reason I'm not at 100,000 subs already is these false strikes. It's a serious detriment to a lot of lefty content creators. Dylan has been hit with multiple false strikes for being pro-Ukraine. Pro-Ukraine content has been left and right, been getting hit with false strikes for pro-terrorism content. YouTube is anti... Right, let's see. Let me see if I can find it. YouTube removes more than 9,000 channels relating to Ukraine war. YouTube has taken down more than 70,000 videos and 9,000 channels related to the war in Ukraine for violating content guidelines, including removal of videos that refer to the invasion as a liberation mission. That's good, at least. The platform is hugely popular in Russia, where unlike some of the US peers, it has not been shut down despite hosting content from opposition figures such as Alexei Navalny. YouTube has been able to operate in Russia despite cracking down on pro-Kremlin content that has broken guidelines, including its major violent events policy, which prohibits denying or trivializing the invasion. Since the conflict began in February, YouTube has taken down channels including that of pro-Kremlin journalist Vladimir Solovovoy. Channels associated with the Russians' Ministry of Defense and Foreign Affairs have also been temporarily suspended from uploading videos in recent months for describing the war as a liberation mission. Isn't Russia Today still up on YouTube? YouTube's chief product officer, Neil Mohan, said, "We have a major violent events policy that applies to things like denial of major violent events, everything from the Holocaust to Sandy Hook. And, of course, what's happening in Ukraine is a major violent event, and so we've used that policy to take unprecedented action." So that unprecedented action has actually kind of scattershotted into pro-Ukraine content, and Dylan has been one of many pro-Ukraine content creators who are not breaking any rules that has been striked for that very same, like, violent events policy, as well as, quote-unquote, promoting terrorism, which apparently just gets you a strike on YouTube, which is like... Really, YouTube? You've determined this video promotes terrorism, and that just earns you a 1 out of 3 strikes and you're out. That's it? That's all. Like, really, YouTube? Okay. Alright, I guess that's how you do things here. I don't know, dude. Yeah, this site is just fundamentally broken. Any support you guys can send my way is appreciated, and frankly, you should send support to Stephanie Sterling as well. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Alrighty. God, my dono feed has been broken. I'm going to have to talk about that, but we didn't really get much donos today. So, it's not that bad. Oh, Ashri, thank you for the $50 donation through website chat. Said, "I also liked how Cornbreadtube thing is also specifically niche American black primarily in the South. Hope you are doing well after your in-force vacation." Yeah. No. It's a very niche-like appeal it's going to have. Rainbow Krampus, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Mark Fisher exiting the vampire castle is all about these people written a decade ago. It's a perennial problem in lefty spaces." Interesting. Tino Tai, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Do you think this kind of videos/hit pieces will keep happening, and what do you think should be the response from our communities? I love you, Zan, sending this for my work, Lamau." I appreciate it. I love you, too. Yeah, they're going to keep happening, and the best we can do is just respond to them and dunk on them, really. But yeah, thank you for the support today. Not a ton of donos, but to everybody who did support me, I really appreciate it. And even if you just left a like or are just watching right now, I really do appreciate it. It helps a lot. Especially after that strike. I don't even know if I'll be able to afford food next week. Fuck. That was, I'm just kidding. But still, like, it was, cringe. Sebastian, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, "Zan, will you be playing Pikmin 4? I've never played a Pikmin game, and they don't really appeal to me." Naomi Chance, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that. Over on Twitch, very kind of you. And Hemorrhoid King, thank you for the $5. Says, "Can we just buy you subs for a bit?" Well, I appreciate the dono. I'm not going to be buying any subs. I just like to order groceries, ideally. Have I looked at the Quentin Reviews video about the editor? I saw a little bit of it, but I plan to watch it on stream when I have more time. But I am exhausted And today's my first day back, so it's going to be a bit of a shorter stream, and by that I mean 4 hours and 30 minutes long. But yeah, if you enjoyed this stream, consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, please. Consider dropping some support. You know, it really helps out. Watch my videos, all that good stuff. I will, of course, be starting my Tropicraft-centered vacation Minecraft server. Where we're going to build a big, like, tropical beach city. Like a resort vacation beach city in the tropical realm. Tons of cool mods on there. We're still working on it, but that will be launching in like a week or two. So keep an eye out for that. It's going to be fun as hell. It's going to be a grand old time. And as always, I hope to see all of you guys there when I stream next time, which will probably be tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeet. Wait, I need to host somebody. Who am I going to host? Who am I going to host? Let me go to Twitch and see who's live that I can host. Who's live that I can host? Dan's News from the Creatures days. Okay. I am about to host an OG favorite YouTuber of mine from the Creatures way back in the day, okay? You need to make a good goddamn impression, you guys. You say Xanderhall host. He loves you. You know, just say kind things, follow, all that good stuff. Do not be rude. Make me look good. I've never interacted with him before, but he's one of my OG favorite YouTubers. So go be nice and be poggers and say Xanderhall host or something. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I love you all very much and have a good one. Bye-bye.